Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽 fan on Wattpad. Now let's start. A new day dawned in 𝐒𝐮𝐬. The students of UA had been given a break a week prior after enduring a significant conflict that had shaken Hero society to its core. However, tranquility can only last for so long. Izuku greeted his adopted daughter, 𝐼𝐚𝐬, with a warm smile, and she responded cheerfully, asking what their plans were for the day. Izuku had adopted 𝐼𝐚𝐬 2 months ago, and it had been the best decision he ever made. He mentioned that he was planning to visit the library, and 𝐼𝐚𝐬 eagerly asked to join him. Despite his concern that it might be boring for her, 𝐼𝐚𝐬 insisted that as long as they were together, she would be happy. With that, they donned their red shoes and set off for the library. Upon arriving, 𝐼𝐚𝐬's eyes widened in amazement at the sight of countless books. Izuku reminded her to keep her voice down, as libraries require quiet to respect others. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 apologized and pointed out a red book on the top shelf, expressing her curiosity about it. Izuku retrieved the book and read its title aloud, The Four Cardinal Weapons. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 asked about the term, cardinal, and Izuku explained that it referred to something of great importance, likely linked to the story's context. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 urged him to read the book, and he complied, diving into the tale of 4 heroes summoned from another world to save it from impending catastrophe. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 questioned the inclusion of a shield as a weapon, to which Izuku explained its versatility in both defense and offense. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 was fascinated by this new perspective on shields. As they continued reading, 𝐼𝐚𝐬 inquired about the presence of female heroes in the story. Izuku noted that the only female character was a princess who seemed to have let her power corrupt her judgment. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 wondered if that meant she would be a bad princess, but Izuku reassured her that her kind nature would make her a much better one. Suddenly, Izuku sensed something was amiss when the pages of the book stopped turning. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 expressed confusion about the missing story, and just then, the book emitted a brilliant golden light, causing the pages to flip on their own. Both Izuku and 𝐼𝐚𝐬 were enveloped in the glow, and Izuku urged 𝐼𝐚𝐬 to hold on tightly as they were transported to an unfamiliar location. As they landed, Izuku found himself in a strange new place, where a group of priests welcomed them, declaring the summoning a success. They implored Izuku and the others to save their world from a great evil. Confused, Izuku looked around and realized he was not alone. 3 other individuals had been summoned alongside him. The priests explained that they were the 4 cardinal heroes, called upon through an ancient ritual to aid in saving their world, which was on the brink of destruction. However, the other summoned individuals expressed their reluctance to help without assurances of their return home afterward. Tension filled the air as they demanded respect and clarity regarding their situation. The head priest offered them an audience with the king of 𝐼𝐚𝐬, where they could negotiate their terms. The group agreed to meet the king, albeit with skepticism about the priest's intentions. As they ascended the castle stairs, they marveled at the new world around them, noting its Mediterranean climate. In the main hall, the king introduced himself as 𝐼𝐚𝐬 the 32nd and welcomed the heroes. Each of them introduced themselves, and when it was Izuku's turn, he stated his name and age. The king explained the dire situation facing 𝐼𝐚𝐬, detailing the prophecy of the waves of calamity that brought destruction to their land. He warned that the next wave was approaching swiftly, and they needed the heroes' assistance to prevent further devastation. Izuku felt the weight of the situation settle upon him, realizing the gravity of their mission. After their first encounter with the waves, which they barely survived, they understood that only the 4 cardinal heroes could stand against them. Following the legend, they summoned the 4 heroes. Time was of the essence. Izuku reflected on the situation, realizing it reminded him of a book he had read with 𝐼𝐚𝐬. Ren acknowledged the situation, noting that they were not brought there to save anyone for free. The minister assured them that once they repelled all the waves, they would be rewarded handsomely. Motoyasu expressed skepticism, feeling they had no choice but to trust the minister's word. Ren added that as long as they kept their promises, they would cooperate, but they wouldn't be easily controlled. Itsuki agreed, stating they wouldn't tolerate being looked down upon. Izuku, however, expressed that he didn't care about the reward. The others turned their attention to Izuku, who clarified that he had two desires: to save the world and to find someone very important to him, who he had been separated from during their transport. Motoyasu's curiosity about the person's attractiveness was quickly dismissed when Izuku revealed she was only 7 years old. 𝐼𝐚𝐬, the minister, requested that the heroes check their statuses. Confused, Izuku and the others were informed by Ren that they should have noticed the icon in their vision. Upon focusing, Izuku saw the status screen appear before him, revealing his level 1 status, which concerned him and the others. The minister explained that this was called status magic, an ability exclusive to heroes. They learned that their legendary weapons needed to be developed and upgraded through adventure. Izuku was surprised to find that the weapons were not already at their maximum potential. Motoyasu suggested they could use other weapons in the meantime, but Itsuki pointed out that the weapons seemed bound to them. Rin concluded that they would have to figure it out as they progressed, noting that they had a lot of training ahead. Izuku agreed that they needed to level up quickly. Just as they were strategizing, the minister interrupted, explaining that they must recruit allies and adventure separately, as the legendary weapons would hinder each other's development if they worked together. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 advised them to rest for the night and begin their quests the following day, assuring them that the best warriors would be gathered to form their parties. A woman approached, leading them to their quarters and offering them special treatment. Motoyasu commented on the cute girl who guided them, while Itsuki noted that their dinner was quite enjoyable despite its unusual taste. Izuku remarked on the video game-like nature of their situation, which Motoyasu confirmed, comparing it to a popular game called Emerald Online. Itsuki corrected him, stating it was a new console game called Dimension Web. Rin insisted that it resembled a VR MMO named Brave Star Online. They debated the nature of their world, realizing they were from different worlds altogether. Izuku felt out of place, having never played games like the others. When the topic of the shield hero came up, Motoyasu shared his negative opinion about the shielder class, which Izuku took in stride, having faced similar insults before. Itsuki inquired about Izuku's past, but he hesitated to share, feeling he couldn't trust them fully. Rin attempted to bridge the gap, but Izuku reiterated that they were merely acquaintances and he couldn't divulge everything to those who insulted him. Itsuki apologized, but Izuku accepted it without feeling any more trust. Rin asked about the person Izuku was searching for, but Izuku indicated that it was a long story and his focus was on finding her. The next day, they gathered in the main hall where 𝐼𝐚𝐬 announced that they had assembled the greatest warriors in the land to fight alongside them against the waves. Izuku realized that the warriors would choose their companions, and he suspected that his status as the shield hero played a role in his lack of allies. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 reluctantly confirmed that he had heard unsettling rumors regarding the situation. One that suggests the shield hero is unfamiliar with this world. Izuku understood the legends claimed they should know this realm intimately from the beginning. The rumor held some truth, but he accepted it. Itsuki questioned whether Izuku truly intended to venture alone, armed only with his shield. Izuku reassured him, stating he would manage just fine and that he was never truly alone. Itsuki pondered what Izuku meant by that. A voice called out to him, addressing him as the hero. Mine requested to establish parties and join the shield hero. Izuku narrowed his eyes, sensing he could not trust her. Motoyasu hesitated, but Izuku insisted he would proceed alone. Mine expressed surprise, and Izuku explained that, as the rumors indicated, he was unfamiliar with this world. He believed it would be wiser for her to follow someone more knowledgeable. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 asked if Izuku was certain about his decision, to which Izuku confidently affirmed he could handle himself. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 accepted this but reminded Izuku he would need to recruit for his party independently. Izuku promised to do what he could. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 informed him that each hero would receive funds monthly, but Izuku's payment would be higher than the others this time. Izuku protested, but Motoyasu encouraged him to accept the reward. With a sigh, Izuku agreed. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 presented the initial war chests, thanking him. The minister announced that the shield hero received 800 silver coins while the others received. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 instructed them to gather necessary equipment and set forth, to which the heroes responded affirmatively. Izuku sat against a wall, lost in thought. Itsuki approached him, asking about his earlier comment regarding never being alone. Izuku explained he couldn't share that secret yet, as it was too important. Itsuki wished him well on his journey and in finding the girl he sought. Izuku thanked him, and they exchanged good luck wishes before Izuku decided to explore the village. He marveled at the differences in this world and resolved to find a shop selling weapons and armor to begin his quest for 𝐼𝐚𝐬. After asking a local for directions, he arrived at a blacksmith's shop. The owner welcomed him and noted it was his first time in a weapons shop. Izuku clarified he had received directions from someone else. The owner, 𝐼𝐚𝐬, recognized him as one of the heroes and introduced himself. Izuku explained he needed equipment, and 𝐼𝐚𝐬 showed him various swords, detailing their qualities and prices. As Izuku picked up a sword, an electric shock jolted his hand, causing him to drop it. He realized that, as the shield hero, he could only wield a shield, and any attempt to use another weapon would result in a shock. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 expressed concern, noting that fighting with just a shield would be challenging. Izuku reassured him that he could manage with his bare hands. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 questioned his sanity, but Izuku insisted he was stronger than he appeared. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 sighed, wondering if the shield could be removed, to which Izuku replied it was stuck to him, like the other cardinal weapons, though he could move it around. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 remarked on the uniqueness of Izuku's shield and asked if he could still purchase armor. Izuku confirmed he could and bought new clothes. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 commented on how Izuku was starting to look the part of a hero. Izuku mentioned he preferred his hero costume and, feeling a sense of trust, shared details about his world and quirks. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 expressed admiration for Izuku's world but acknowledged it wasn't as perfect as it seemed. When discussing the armor's price, 𝐼𝐚𝐬 offered a hero's discount, but Izuku insisted on paying in full. 𝐼𝐚𝐬, recognizing Izuku's determination, agreed but advised him not to let others take advantage of his kindness. Izuku thanked him and explained his need to defeat monsters for experience points and leveling up. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 reminded him that he would need to defeat them, and Izuku gained a determined look, vowing he wouldn't hesitate. Venturing into a field, Izuku was awed by the scenery. He noticed movement in the grass and activated his quirk, preparing for battle. A swarm of small monsters charged at him, and with a powerful punch, he defeated them all. He realized his quirk still functioned in this world, and his shield glowed when near the remains of one of the monsters. Curious, he brought the remains to the green orb on his shield, which absorbed them, unlocking a new skill. He understood this was part of the shield's power but knew he needed more resources to unlock a new shield. Grateful he could still use his quirk, he continued battling monsters throughout the day. As night fell, Izuku decided it was time to rest. He checked into an inn, hoping 𝐼𝐚𝐬 was safe and promising to find her. He fell asleep, but the next morning he was abruptly awakened. Guards informed him he was under arrest and dragged him toward the castle. Confused, he asked what was happening. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 hid behind Motoyasu, and Izuku questioned if something was wrong. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 fabricated a story accusing him of a terrible act from the previous night. Izuku was taken aback, unable to comprehend the accusation. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 expressed disbelief that the cardinal shield hero could commit such a sin, and the minister reminded everyone that even an attempted assault was punishable by death in Melromark. Izuku found it hard to argue against such reasoning. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 warned that if he weren't a hero he would face immediate execution. Izuku struggled to defend himself, realizing it would be futile. He understood that no one would believe him, resigning himself to the inevitable outcome. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 is truly your daughter, isn't she? 𝐼𝐚𝐬 expressed his outrage, but Itsuki quickly intervened, urging everyone to remain silent. He couldn't envision Izuku as the type to commit such an act. He believed Izuku was too innocent and shy to even consider such behavior. Itsuki approached Izuku and turned to face the king, asserting his belief in Izuku's innocence. Itsuki pointed out that Izuku had not stayed at the same location as the others but had chosen a regular inn instead. He had no knowledge of 𝐼𝐚𝐬's whereabouts, making it impossible for him to have harmed her. While others may doubt the shield hero, Itsuki firmly believed in his goodness. Izuku expressed his gratitude to Itsuki for standing up for him. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 lamented that he wished he could expel both of them, but he reminded them of the legend stating that no new heroes could be summoned until the original cardinal heroes had met their end. The situation left Itsuki frustrated, questioning if they were truly unable to return home. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 informed them that the only way back was to fend off the incoming waves. Motoyasu protested, questioning if they were expected to fight alongside someone deemed a criminal. Itsuki clenched his teeth in anger, but Izuku reassured him that it was all right, as he was accustomed to being wrongly accused. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 coldly remarked that news of Izuku's alleged crime was already spreading, and that was his punishment. Izuku reflected on how this felt reminiscent of his old life and thanked Itsuki once more before departing. As Izuku walked through the outskirts of town, he noticed that everyone avoided him. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 called out to him, and upon approaching he pinned Izuku against the wall, expressing his longing to punch him for the rumors he had heard. Izuku, unfazed, invited 𝐼𝐚𝐬 to go ahead, suggesting it was better than facing an explosion. However, as 𝐼𝐚𝐬 looked into Izuku's eyes, he realized the rumors were unfounded and released him, apologizing for believing the false news. Izuku thanked him and was about to leave when 𝐼𝐚𝐬 handed him a green cloak, noting that he wouldn't get far in his current attire. He considered it a parting gift, and despite Izuku's inquiry about the price, 𝐼𝐚𝐬 insisted it didn't matter, suggesting a nominal fee since Izuku was broke. Izuku promised to repay him and don the cloak before leaving. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 expressed his belief in Izuku's integrity. Alone, Izuku ventured through the fields, where monsters attempted to ambush him. Thanks to his danger sense, he swiftly dealt with them. Later, Izuku noted his progress. Having reached level more monsters appeared, but he easily defended himself and made his way back to the capital. A merchant caught his attention, offering to sell orange balloons at a low price. Izuku questioned the merchant about the previous pricing and insisted on fairness, revealing 3 live orange balloons to emphasize his point. The merchant, taken aback, agreed to a better deal after Izuku's firm stance on consequences. After receiving 25 copper, Izuku instructed the merchant to spread the word among others that any trader who tried to cheat him would face repercussions. Satisfied, he departed and headed back to 𝐼𝐚𝐬's place. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 greeted him, and Izuku handed over 5 copper coins, fulfilling his promise. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 acknowledged Izuku's reliability, and Izuku smiled, ready to prepare for the upcoming wave. The next day, while exploring the forest, Izuku discovered some leaves he had seen before. He placed one into his shield, unlocking a new ability. Excited, he realized that string abilities allowed him to retain them even after upgrading. He summoned the leaf shield, marveling at its new appearance, and continued to gather plants, which he later sold to a herbalist for a substantial sum. Later, while eating, Izuku struggled to enjoy his meal, still affected by recent events. Itsuki approached him, and they exchanged greetings. Itsuki expressed concern for Izuku, who acknowledged the unfairness he faced. He shared that, as heroes, it was their duty to combat such injustices. They continued their meal, and Izuku decided he could trust Itsuki enough to share more about his world. They moved to a quieter area, where Izuku explained the workings of his world, revealing that his greatest secret had been kept even from his mother. Itsuki listened intently, noting the differences between their worlds, particularly regarding powers and discrimination. Izuku empathized, sharing his own experiences of being misdiagnosed and facing discrimination until his abilities manifested. They found common ground in their struggles and reflected on the irony of how they would have fit into each other's worlds seamlessly. As they discussed their futures, Izuku remained uncertain about his next steps and inquired about Itsuki's party. After defending Itsuki, Izuku found himself abandoned. He expressed his regret, but Itsuki reassured him that he had done nothing wrong. Izuku acknowledged that while he possessed good abilities, he might struggle to accomplish things alone. Itsuki agreed, wishing they could team up, but they both understood the challenges they faced. They realized they needed loyal party members. Just then, a voice interrupted their thoughts, suggesting they could use some help. They turned to see 𝐒𝐴𝐵𝐿𝐴𝐶𝐵, who pointed out that they seemed to lack party members and claimed to have exactly what they needed. Itsuki questioned whether they could trust him, and Izuku remained uncertain. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 clarified that he was offering a service that would be more convenient than mere party members. The two heroes exchanged glances before Izuku asked what 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was offering. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 revealed that he was in the business of trading slaves. Both Izuku and Itsuki were taken aback, questioning why they would want to own slaves. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that slaves could not lie or betray their ancestors, which intrigued Izuku. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 elaborated that they kept their slaves in line with a powerful curse, ensuring obedience at a severe cost. Izuku hesitated, recalling the legality of slavery in the area, while Itsuki wondered what they should do. Izuku suggested that perhaps buying a SLV could be a better option than leaving them to someone who would treat them poorly. Itsuki considered this and ultimately agreed to see what 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had to offer. As they walked, Itsuki noted that some of the slaves did not appear fully human. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that these were demi-humans, often used for LBR or as bodyguards, and that they faced harsh treatment due to societal views. Suddenly, they heard coughing, and Izuku rushed toward the sound, lifting a sheet to reveal a little girl. His eyes widened in recognition. It was 𝐼𝐬. Itsuki was surprised to learn that Izuku knew the girl, who called him Papa. Izuku clarified that 𝐼𝐬 was his adopted daughter, and Itsuki felt relieved. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was intrigued, realizing that 𝐼𝐬 must be from Izuku's world, which complicated matters for him as a SLV trader. He explained that he couldn't simply sell her, especially since she was connected to Izuku. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 acknowledged the challenges of his business, needing to make a living while also considering the bond between 𝐼𝐬 and a Tanuki demi-human. He recounted a previous incident where 𝐼𝐬 had used her quirk to reverse time, which had significant implications. Izuku proposed a 2-for-1 deal. He would buy the Tanuki demi-human and receive 𝐼𝐬 as a bonus. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 liked this idea. The Tanuki girl, Raphtalia, hid behind 𝐼𝐬, who reassured her that everything would be okay. Izuku noted that Raphtalia seemed traumatized, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 confirmed that her previous owner had been cruel. Izuku felt a strong urge to save her, emphasizing that being a hero meant more than just saving lives. It was about healing hearts. Itsuki was impressed by Izuku's depth of thought, realizing that being a hero was more complicated than he had imagined. Izuku encouraged Raphtalia, assuring her that she had nothing to fear because he was there to help. Itsuki admired Izuku's words and considered finding an idol of his own. As they prepared to assist 𝐼𝐬 and Raphtalia, Itsuki raised a question about the implications of Izuku's actions. Izuku reassured him, confident in his intentions. Izuku expressed his discomfort with the situation, acknowledging that if someone else were to take 𝐼𝐬 as their servant, it would be lawful, and he might never see her again. He explained that by marking her with a servant crest, she would be under his protection. Itsuki had not considered this perspective. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed them that to proceed, Izuku would need to give some of his BLD. 𝐼𝐬 gasped in surprise, while Izuku clarified that it would be his BLD, not anyone else's. He was relieved at that. Itsuki speculated that this was related to 𝐼𝐬's past trauma, which Izuku confirmed. After drawing some BLD, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 prepared to mark the crest. As he began, Raphtalia held 𝐼𝐬's hand tightly, reassuring her that everything would be all right. 𝐼𝐬 promised that she would be okay. As 𝐒𝐮𝐬 drew the crest, they began to feel its 𝐻. Izuku called out to them, concerned about what was happening. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reassured him that the discomfort was normal and would pass quickly, explaining that the crest would ensure they could not defy him. Izuku noticed a message indicating set as companion, which Itsuki found logical. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 confirmed that they were now officially under Izuku's care, and he paid him 30 silvers for the transaction. Itsuki then pointed out a young boy with panda ears who appeared to be in distress. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that the boy had been sold by his parents for money. Itsuki was appalled and knelt to speak with the boy, introducing himself as the Bao hero and promising to help him. The boy, 𝐼𝐬, expressed gratitude, and Itsuki assured him that he would be his hero. After making 𝐼𝐬 his servant and paying 𝐒𝐮𝐬, Itsuki and Izuku prepared to part ways, vowing to meet again and train for the upcoming wave. The next day, Izuku visited 𝐼𝐬, introducing Raphtalia and 𝐼𝐬 as the girls he had rescued. 𝐼𝐬 commented on 𝐼𝐬's attachment to Izuku, who explained that she was his adopted daughter. 𝐼𝐬𝐜𝐬, not surprised by Izuku's actions, inquired about his visit. Izuku hoped to acquire weapons for the girls to defend themselves in emergencies. 𝐼𝐬𝐜𝐬 agreed to help, and Eri thanked him, prompting 𝐼𝐬𝐜𝐬 to find her adorable. They received a couple of swords, and Raphtalia asked if they were expected to fight alongside Izuku. He clarified that he could not risk their safety, as they were still children. He had only obtained the swords to prepare them for potential danger, but he would not push them too hard. Raphtalia agreed, though Izuku sighed, knowing it would be a challenge. As they left, Eri inquired about Izuku's remaining money, discovering he had only 3 silvers. She wondered if that would be enough for food, to which he confirmed it would be. He then asked Raphtalia if she was hungry, but her stomach growled in response. Izuku smiled and assured her they would get something to eat. They approached a restaurant that did not allow demi-humans. Raphtalia hesitated, explaining the situation to Izuku, who insisted they would be fed regardless. Inside, the atmosphere shifted as patrons noticed them. Izuku requested the cheapest lunch for the 3 of them, paying the waiter. Raphtalia questioned why he was getting food for her as well, to which Izuku replied that he would not let her go hungry. They received their meals, and Izuku encouraged them to eat. Raphtalia was surprised by the food, while Eri urged her to dig in. After some laughter, they enjoyed their meal, with Izuku pleased to see them eating. The following day, Izuku instructed the girls to stay behind him as they encountered balloon monsters. Raphtalia asked if she could fight, but Izuku reassured her that he would handle it. Eri cheered for him, confident in his strength. With a powerful punch, Izuku defeated the monsters effortlessly, leaving Raphtalia and Eri in awe of his abilities. Later, while sitting by a campfire, Raphtalia asked Izuku about his true identity. He explained that he was a hero student in his world and the shield hero in this one. Raphtalia was astonished to learn he was one of the 4 cardinal heroes, while Eri connected the shield on his arm to his title. She recounted how they had been transported from their world, leading to their current circumstances. Raphtalia requested to know how to address him, and he introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. As night fell, Raphtalia suddenly cried out, and Izuku was alarmed by her distress. She revealed that someone had died, leaving them all in shock. They were gone. Izuku hurried to Raphtalia, who was trapped in a distressing nightmare about the first wave. He embraced her tightly, sensing her fear. She murmured about her father, and he reassured her that everything was all right and that he was there for her. Gradually, she calmed down and drifted back to sleep. The next day, after selling more herbs and discovering that his medicine could fetch a higher price, Izuku spotted Raphtalia and Eri watching 2 children play with a ball. He approached them and asked if they would like a ball too. Raphtalia vehemently refused, but Izuku noted her tail's excited response and decided to buy a ball for both girls. He suggested they could have fun with it during their free time but advised them not to wander too far from him for safety. As the days passed, the trio formed a strong bond, enjoying each other's company. However, Raphtalia felt unworthy of the kindness they showed her. Despite training with a sword alongside Eri, she was haunted by her fear of violence and felt like a burden while Izuku fought alone. In the village of Loot, Izuku inquired about the price of some equipment from a merchant, who mentioned that the ore from the nearby mines could be valuable but warned of dangerous monsters that had taken residence there since the first wave. Izuku resolved to confront the monsters himself, determined to protect others from suffering as Raphtalia had. Later, as they approached the mines, Izuku prepared to test a new skill, the airstrike shield, and asked the girls if they were sure about accompanying him into the potentially dangerous area. They nodded in agreement, and he reminded them to stay behind him for their safety. As they ventured deeper, Raphtalia hesitated and asked how she should address him. Izuku told her it was entirely up to her. They soon reached a chamber filled with gems, and as Izuku began mining, Raphtalia noticed some footprints, her expression shifting to one of fear. Eri, noticing her distress, alerted Izuku. Suddenly, a 2-headed beast appeared, charging at them. Izuku quickly intervened, using his skills to push the creature back. Raphtalia recalled the tragedy it had caused in her past, and Izuku vowed to defeat the monster so she could find peace. He engaged the beast, sustaining a painful bite but refusing to back down. As he struggled, Raphtalia felt a surge of determination and instinctively rushed to help, stabbing the creature but being thrown aside. Izuku shielded her with his air strike shield, urging her to take her chance. With newfound courage, she struck the monster down. After the battle, Izuku reassured Raphtalia that she had saved him and there was no need for her to apologize. She expressed her surprise at her own actions, and he shared that he had experienced similar moments of instinct. He encouraged her, noting that many great heroes acted without thinking. Eri cheered for Raphtalia, who hugged Izuku tightly, pleading with him to promise he would never leave her. He assured her he would always be by her side. Izuku awoke the next day, realizing the wave was approaching and they needed new equipment. He was startled to find Raphtalia transformed into an appealing young woman. She explained that as demi-humans level up, they age, and she had been training alone to help them grow stronger. Concerned for her safety, Izuku asked if she had been hurt. She reassured him she was fine and expressed her delight at being called appealing by him. They discussed their plans for the day, focusing on acquiring new equipment in preparation for the upcoming wave. At 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽𝐿 shop, the shopkeeper was taken aback by Raphtalia's transformation. Izuku shared his surprise as well, and Eri echoed their sentiments. Raphtalia proudly mentioned her efforts to learn proper table manners, wanting to eat as gracefully as Izuku did. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽𝐿 acknowledged her growth, noting how much she had matured since he last saw her. Izuku decided it was time to acquire some armor. He hesitated, insisting that Raphtalia and Eri needed equipment more than he did. Raphtalia, however, insisted that he prioritize his own safety, reminding him of the injuries he had sustained the previous week. Despite his protests, she took a sword from the shop, marveling at its sharpness. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽𝐿, the shopkeeper, confirmed it was made of magic iron and offered to let them try it out. Raphtalia inquired about a discount, and 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽𝐿 assured her that he would gladly accommodate them. Grateful, she asked if he could also show them some armor. As they discussed their budget, 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽𝐿 suggested a knight's outfit, but Izuku felt it didn't suit him. Raphtalia agreed, noting it would overshadow his individuality. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽𝐿 then offered to create a custom piece for him, promising it would be ready by the next day if he could use available materials. Eri was excited about the prospect. Later, at a restaurant, Raphtalia appreciated the discount on the sword while Izuku's stomach growled, prompting a light-hearted moment. They ordered their meals and enjoyed their time together before heading to bed. The following day, Izuku expressed uncertainty about his new armor, but Raphtalia and Eri were enthusiastic, praising his appearance. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽𝐿 named the armor Barbarian Armor, and while Izuku questioned his role as a hero, Raphtalia reassured him of how great he looked. As they admired the armor, they noticed guards patrolling the area, which raised concerns about the impending wave. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽𝐿 informed them about a church with a significant hourglass that indicated when the wave would begin. Intrigued, they made their way to the church, where Izuku discovered he could see a countdown to the next wave through the gem on his shield. Just then, Motoyasu and his party arrived, and Izuku felt a mix of emotions. Eri hid behind him as Motoyasu made a comment about Izuku's equipment, which Raphtalia defended fiercely, asserting her commitment to fighting alongside Izuku. As they prepared to leave, Motoyasu attempted to persuade Raphtalia to join him instead, but Izuku stood firm in support of her choice. After a brief exchange with Itsuki, who shared news about his companion 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽𝐿, the group departed, leaving the heroes behind. That night, Raphtalia asked Izuku why he got along better with the bow hero than the others. He explained the misunderstandings and accusations he faced upon arriving in this world, which had led to a lack of trust in Motoyasu and mine. Eri, curious about the term he mentioned, was told she was too young to understand. They decided to get some rest in preparation for the challenges ahead. The next day, Raphtalia expressed her gratitude to Izuku for all he had done for her, acknowledging how he had given her a reason to fight against the waves. Izuku appreciated her words, and as they prepared to set out, the sky turned ominously red. Eri pointed out the strange phenomenon, and they realized the wave of catastrophe was beginning, with monsters emerging from portals. As they spotted the other heroes, Izuku sensed danger in Loot Village, indicating that not everyone had been evacuated. A flare shot into the sky, prompting urgency. Despite the distance, Izuku assured Raphtalia they could reach Loot in time. He then demonstrated one of his powers, explaining how he could store kinetic energy for a powerful burst. With Raphtalia and 𝐼𝐬𝐬 holding on tightly, he unleashed his ability and propelled them forward, determined to reach the village before it was too late. A zombie loomed directly in front of Izuku, threatening his life. With determination, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending the zombie's head flying. He then declared that hope had arrived, announcing that they were there to help. With a bright smile, he released Raphtalia and 𝐼𝐬𝐬 from his grasp. Raphtalia felt a wave of nausea wash over her, but Izuku asked if she could still fight. She confirmed that she could, and he instructed her to assist the villagers in evacuating. He explained that he couldn't unleash his full power in such a confined space with so many villagers around. Raphtalia nodded in agreement. 𝐼𝐬𝐬, concerned about her role, was told to accompany Raphtalia and heal any villagers in need. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 agreed, and they rushed off together. Izuku realized that to defeat the monsters, he needed to gather them all in one place and unleash a powerful attack. He decided to act as bait. His danger sense alerted him to villagers surrounded by monsters, prompting him to shout for the creatures' attention. The villagers recognized him as one of the heroes and expressed their hope in his abilities. With a swift punch, he struck a zombie, almost knocking its head off. He urged the villagers to run while he kept the zombies occupied. As he sprinted away, he noticed another villager in danger. With a flick of his fingers, he dispatched the zombie threatening them. He then spotted a mother and daughter in peril, surrounded by wasp monsters. Using his shield prison, he protected them as the wasp monsters pursued him. Realizing the overwhelming number of foes, Izuku knew he had to draw them together. He charged at the monsters, allowing them to pile onto him. Following his plan, he unleashed an 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬 smash, creating a shockwave that took down numerous enemies. Meanwhile, Itsuki and 𝐼𝐬𝐬 felt the aftershock of Izuku's attack. They speculated about the source of the power, concluding it must be Izuku's doing. Back with Izuku, he found himself surrounded by defeated monsters, but the battle was far from over. His danger sense flared again as he rushed to help a couple of adventurers cornered by wasp monsters. With a swift use of Black Whip, he dispatched the threats and ensured their safety. The adventurers expressed their gratitude, but one villager insisted they couldn't abandon their home and chose to fight alongside him. Izuku welcomed their assistance, but just then, a giant monster appeared, ready to attack. He blocked its strike with his shield, while another villager attempted to fight back with a pitchfork, to no avail. Izuku delivered a powerful Detroit smash, pushing the monster back. He reassured the villagers that they needed to prioritize their family's safety. Raphtalia rushed to Izuku's side, and he praised her timing. He leaped onto the monster's head, executing a 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 smash that sent it crashing into the ground. He instructed Raphtalia to finish it off, and she swiftly dispatched the creature with a series of slashes. The villagers were amazed by their teamwork, and Raphtalia urged them to evacuate quickly. As the villagers began to flee, Izuku noticed that the enemy numbers were not decreasing. Suddenly, a barrage of fire arrows rained down upon them. He shielded Raphtalia from the onslaught, but the village suffered significant damage. The captain of the opposing forces taunted them, boasting about their destructive power. Izuku felt anger rise within him as he realized they were indifferent to the collateral damage. Raphtalia confronted the captain, demanding to know if he was aware of Izuku's presence. The captain, dismissive, questioned her loyalty. Izuku intervened, acknowledging their shared frustration but emphasizing that attacking would only lower them to the enemy's level. They decided to let the captain go for now, knowing that justice would eventually be served. The captain warned them to stay out of their way, but Izuku pointed out that the zombies behind them posed a greater threat. As the captain ordered his men to hold their ground, a massive zombie attempted to crush him. Izuku defended the captain with his shield, then called for Raphtalia to attack. She leaped onto the zombie's arm and delivered a decisive blow, destroying it. Izuku rallied the villagers, instructing them to use the time they bought to regroup. Raphtalia charged into the fray, taking down zombies as Izuku followed suit, using his strength to clear a path. The captain and his men began to retreat, but the deputy captain rallied the remaining knights to support Izuku. Raphtalia pointed out the knights' arrival, but Izuku dismissed them, focusing on the battle ahead. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and 𝐒𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 fought their own battles, showcasing their skills against monstrous foes. Back with Izuku, Raphtalia noted that the sky had returned to normal, signaling a shift in the battle's tide. The heroes continued to fight, determined to protect their home and each other. They would likely be the ones holding him back. The captain praised the heroes for a job well done. 𝐼𝐚 remarked on the knights' late arrival, and 𝐒𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 questioned their timing. The captain reassured them that His Highness had rewards for each of them and suggested they proceed. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 decided that he and 𝐼𝐚 would check on the village to see if they could assist. 𝐼𝐚 agreed, and the duo headed to Loot Village. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 called out to Izuku, who responded with curiosity about how things had gone. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reported that everything had gone pretty well, while Izuku mentioned that the captain of the knights had caused significant damage. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 acknowledged the destruction around them. Raphtalia approached Izuku, informing him that there were no more monsters left, as she had defeated them all. Izuku praised her efforts and checked on her well-being. She expressed uncertainty about whether they had truly won, and Izuku reflected on the damage that had been done. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed regret, wishing he could have stopped the captain's reckless attack. Izuku reassured him that he did not need to apologize, as he and 𝐼𝐚 had their own battle to contend with. The village leader approached, bowing in gratitude and thanking Izuku for his courage, stating that their survival was thanks to his help. Izuku humbly dismissed the praise, saying that their safety was reward enough. The villagers expressed their appreciation, and Izuku smiled, feeling fulfilled by their gratitude. Raphtalia noted the villagers' genuine thankfulness and remarked that they had saved some children from experiencing her past suffering. Izuku agreed with her sentiment. Raphtalia then shared her feelings about the many monsters she had defeated, which led Izuku to comfort her with a hug as she began to cry. He assured her that he was there for her, and she eventually calmed down. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 whispered to 𝐼𝐚, suggesting that they might play matchmaker for Izuku and Raphtalia. 𝐼𝐚 agreed but proposed letting 𝐼𝐚 take the lead. After separating from their embrace, Izuku suggested they find 𝐼𝐚 and call it a night. Raphtalia nodded in agreement. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed Izuku about a celebration party at the castle for defeating the wave and asked if he planned to attend. Izuku sighed, feeling resigned to the idea that Raphtalia would insist he go. Raphtalia confirmed his suspicion, leading Izuku to accept his fate. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 promised to see him there, and Izuku smiled in response. As they made their way to find 𝐼𝐚, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 announced the victory of their heroes and encouraged everyone to celebrate. The guests cheered in response. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 inquired about Izuku's ability to create a giant shockwave, to which Izuku explained it was one of his powers. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was intrigued, asking if people from Izuku's world could have multiple powers. Izuku clarified that it was usually not the case, but there were exceptions he couldn't fully explain. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was impressed by the secrets Izuku held and questioned how powerful he truly was. Izuku modestly stated that he was powerful but couldn't use all of his strength yet, as his body wasn't ready for it. He explained that using his full power would result in injury. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 found this concerning, and Izuku showed him his scarred hand, explaining the injuries he had sustained over time. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 noted the severity of the scars, and Izuku shared that he had learned to adapt by using his legs instead. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was surprised that Izuku hadn't thought of that sooner, but Izuku admitted it took help from friends back in his world to realize the potential of using his legs. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 then asked if there was a quirk similar to his Esper ability. Izuku asked for a description of 𝐒𝐮𝐬's ability, which he explained allowed him to ensure that any ranged shot would hit its target unless blocked. Izuku then produced a notebook, surprising 𝐒𝐮𝐬 with its sudden appearance. Izuku showed 𝐒𝐮𝐬 an entry on a pro hero named Snipe, whose quirk allowed him to lock onto targets and make projectiles chase them. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was amazed at the similarity to his own ability, but Izuku pointed out that Snipe's attacks lacked strength and precision. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 praised Izuku's knowledge of quirks, and Izuku humbly acknowledged his passion for learning about them. Itsuki was astonished to learn that Izuku had a vast collection of information on quirks, leading to a moment of admiration. Raphtalia approached Izuku, expressing her excitement about the food at the celebration and encouraging him to try something. Izuku declined, stating he wasn't hungry, which disappointed 𝐼𝐬. Raphtalia returned with a pie, urging him to taste it. Izuku hesitated, and Itsuki noted Raphtalia's affection for Izuku, but he was unable to assist. Motoyasu confronted Izuku, accusing him of making the girls his slaves and demanding a fight. Izuku clarified that he didn't consider them slaves in the way Motoyasu implied, explaining that slavery was a legal reality in their world. Motoyasu insisted that as heroes, they should not accept such practices. Izuku argued that he preferred their situation over the possibility of them being mistreated by someone else. Motoyasu, frustrated, challenged Izuku to a duel, stating that if he won, Izuku would have to free Raphtalia. Izuku countered with a question about what would happen if he won, to which Motoyasu had no beneficial answer. Izuku stood up, feeling that attending the celebration was a mistake, and decided to leave with Raphtalia and 𝐼𝐬. However, 𝐒𝐻𝐬 intervened, bringing attention to Izuku's use of a demi-human in battle, which he deemed unacceptable. Izuku attempted to clarify the situation, but 𝐒𝐻𝐬 insisted he accept the challenge. Raphtalia interjected, trying to halt the escalating conflict. 𝐼𝐬 was with Izuku of her own free will when a guard suddenly grabbed her and covered her mouth. She protested, but another guard quickly did the same to her. Izuku shouted for them to leave the girls alone, but 𝐒𝐻𝐬 commanded him to heed his order or face the consequences. Motoyasu, filled with bravado, declared that there was no way Izuku could escape this situation. Izuku accepted the challenge, warning Motoyasu not to get too confident just because he wielded a spear while Izuku had a shield. He assured Motoyasu that he would not win. Mine questioned how Izuku planned to win without Raphtalia by his side, but Izuku kept his strategy to himself. Later, the minister announced the beginning of the duel between the spear hero and the shield hero, which would only end when one of them was pinned or admitted defeat. As the doors opened, Izuku and Motoyasu stepped into the arena, where the duel was deemed official in the presence of King 𝐿 and the Pope. 𝐼𝐬 and Itsuki speculated about the outcome, with Itsuki expressing confidence in Izuku's abilities. Rin doubted Izuku could win with just a shield, but Itsuki believed in his friend's potential to do much more than defend. Motoyasu taunted Izuku, referencing a folk tale about the spear and the shield, demanding he admit defeat. Izuku laughed, wishing Kirishima were there to witness the spectacle. The minister signaled the start of the duel, and Motoyasu charged at Izuku, who effortlessly blocked the spear. Motoyasu acknowledged Izuku's skill, but Izuku pointed out that in the folk tale, the shield was the true victor. He parried Motoyasu's attacks and countered with a punch, demonstrating his strength. The spectators were amazed, with Itsuki and 𝐼𝐬 discussing Izuku's potential and the unfairness of their world. As the duel continued, 𝐼𝐬 attempted to intervene with magic, but Izuku was prepared. He expressed his disappointment in the unfairness of the situation, emphasizing that it was a hero's duty to combat such injustices. Motoyasu, frustrated, charged at Izuku again, but Izuku had been analyzing his movements. With a swift counter, he sent Motoyasu crashing into a wall. Despite Motoyasu's determination, he was unable to land a hit. Izuku explained that a shield had more uses than just defense, and with one final move, he delivered a powerful kick that knocked Motoyasu out. 𝐼𝐬 rushed to her fallen ally, accusing Izuku of cheating, but 𝐒𝐻𝐬 sided with her, declaring that Izuku had forfeited the match. Itsuki and Rin exchanged glances, recognizing the unfairness of the situation, as Itsuki clenched his fists in frustration. Izuku was finally fighting back properly. Itsuki acknowledged this, while 𝐼𝐬 approached Izuku with a taunting demeanor. She remarked on his apparent disappointment over his loss. Izuku, however, was unfazed. He pointed out that 𝐼𝐬 seemed to believe she had the world under her control, acting as if her actions had no repercussions. He had anticipated her betrayal from the beginning, knowing her father would label him the loser regardless of the circumstances, even if he hadn't used his unique abilities. He stepped forward, not bothering to look at 𝐼𝐬, and accused her of orchestrating the duel to bring him down. 𝐼𝐻 feigned surprise at his accusation, but Izuku cut through her lies, asserting that he was no fool. He had encountered many malicious individuals in his life, and in both of his worlds, she was the worst of them. He questioned her belief that Raphtalia and 𝐼𝐬 would abandon him so easily. 𝐼𝐻 challenged him, asking why they would stay with someone like him. Izuku retorted that he had no obligation to explain himself to her. He dismissed her royal title, stating that it meant nothing to him. What mattered were the good people in his life, not their status. He posed a question that hung in the air. Why did she take pleasure in causing others pain, especially him, the shield hero? Before 𝐼𝐻 could respond, Izuku interrupted, telling her not to bother. At that moment, a loud slap echoed through the arena as Raphtalia struck Motoyasu, accusing him of being a liar and a cheat. 𝐼𝐻 attempted to defend Motoyasu, claiming he had freed them, but Raphtalia countered that she and 𝐼𝐬 had chosen to be with him willingly. Motoyasu expressed confusion, claiming he thought Izuku had mistreated them. 𝐼𝐬 defended Izuku fiercely, stating that he had never harmed them or forced them into anything. She revealed that he had saved her from a terrible fate, while Motoyasu struggled to comprehend the bond they shared. Raphtalia emphasized that Izuku had always treated them with kindness, providing them with nourishing food and care, even sacrificing his own meals for their well-being. 𝐼𝐬's tears flowed as she recounted the horrors she had faced, contrasting them with the protection and love Izuku had shown her. She passionately defended him, declaring that he was the shield hero because he sought to protect everyone. Itsuki realized why 𝐼𝐬 viewed Izuku as a father figure and felt a longing to confront the evil that had wronged them. Raphtalia echoed 𝐼𝐬's sentiments, praising Izuku's willingness to help those in need. Motoyasu, however, remained skeptical, insisting that a hero could not have a SLV, but Itsuki interrupted, revealing that his own companion, 𝐼𝐻, was also a SLV. Motoyasu was taken aback, but Itsuki explained that 𝐼𝐻 was happy because he had healed his heart, something he learned from Izuku. He pointed out that the relationship between Izuku and Raphtalia was entirely different from the typical 𝐼𝐻 dynamic, highlighting the kindness and healing that defined their bond. As the night wore on, everyone departed, leaving Izuku to rest. The following morning, he finally savored food again, grateful for the trust he had built with 𝐼𝐬 and Raphtalia. 𝐼𝐻 announced rewards for the heroes, allocating funds based on their contributions during the wave. However, he noted that Izuku would not receive any payment at that time due to the costs associated with freeing his companions from their curse. Itsuki protested, arguing that 𝐼𝐻 had interfered in the duel and should compensate Izuku fairly. 𝐼𝐻 supported this, stating that had the rules been followed, Izuku would have emerged victorious. Motoyasu, in disbelief, insisted he had not lost, but Itsuki firmly pointed out the truth of the matter, emphasizing that Izuku had adapted and triumphed despite the challenges he faced. When the wave struck, it was Izuku who defended the village, not the knights. 𝐼𝐻 believed it was only fair to compensate him adequately. 𝐼𝐻 reluctantly agreed to provide the minimum amount they had discussed, but nothing more. Izuku received his silver coins and expressed his gratitude to 𝐼𝐻 and Itsuki for their support. They bid him farewell as he departed with Raphtalia and 𝐼𝐬. Afterward, Izuku, Raphtalia, and 𝐼𝐬 returned to Belukka's shop to obtain a new SLV crest for Raphtalia. Belukka's confirmed that she now had a brand new crest. Izuku mentioned that it wasn't necessary, but Raphtalia insisted, seeing it as a symbol of his faith in her. Izuku accepted her choice, though he felt a bit flustered when she showed the crest on her chest. He quickly turned away, complimenting it while trying to maintain his composure. Belukka's marveled at Raphtalia's growth, suggesting she could fetch a high price if she were a virgin. Raphtalia affirmed that she was indeed a virgin, which prompted Belukka's to raise the price even higher. Izuku firmly stated that she was not for sale, and 𝐼𝐬, curious, asked what a virgin was. Belukka's wisely suggested changing the subject to avoid scaring 𝐼𝐬. He then introduced the idea of a monster egg lottery, promising a guaranteed fillolial for a small fee, which intrigued Izuku. 𝐼𝐬 asked about fillolials, and Raphtalia explained they were large birds used for pulling carriages. Belukka's added that hitting the jackpot would yield a dragon, which was worth a significant amount. 𝐼𝐬 likened it to a gacha game, surprising Izuku with her knowledge of such things. The Lucas offered a package deal for the egg and the crest, and Izuku decided to take the chance. Raphtalia expressed concern about spending money on the lottery, but Izuku explained that they could use all the help they could get. He didn't want to risk anything happening to her, which made her blush slightly. She reminded him to be cautious with his spending. Visited the herbalist's shop, where he provided them with a grimoire containing recipes for better medicines. He mentioned that he had relatives in Loot Village who had asked him to assist them. Raphtalia speculated that someone they saved might have reached out for help. The herbalist also informed them that the old woman at the magic shop wanted to see them due to Izuku's past assistance. At the magic shop, the shopkeeper recognized Izuku's rare affinity for healing magic and noted Raphtalia's potential for light and dark magic. 𝐼𝐬 discovered she had an affinity for lightning magic, which excited her. The shopkeeper generously gifted them a magic grimoire as thanks for helping her grandchild, explaining that a crystal ball could help learn sealed magics. Izuku took the grimoire but struggled to read it later that day. Raphtalia suggested they learn together, both the language and the magic. They realized they had plenty of time before the next wave, so they decided to spend the night in Loot Village, as 𝐼𝐬 looked tired. The following morning, Izuku woke them excitedly, showing 𝐼𝐬 the hatching egg. 𝐼𝐬 gasped and called for Raphtalia to come quickly. The egg hatched, revealing a newborn Philolial that perched on Izuku's head. Raphtalia found it adorable, while 𝐼𝐬 suggested naming it Philo. Izuku agreed, despite Raphtalia's reservations about the name being too obvious. Over the next 2 days, the team bonded, and Philo grew rapidly. When Izuku attempted to ride her, she took off, running around until evening. Raphtalia was astonished by how much Philo had grown in such a short time, and Izuku speculated that it might be due to his growth boost skill. Suddenly, they noticed knights in the village. 𝐼𝐬 announced that Sir Motoyasu, the spear hero, had been appointed the ruling lord and imposed a toll for entering and exiting the village. 𝐼𝐬 expressed her discontent, and villagers voiced their concerns about the toll's impact on their livelihoods. 𝐼𝐬 challenged Izuku's presence, asserting that he had no right to question the new lord's orders. Izuku felt a surge of determination as he addressed the crowd, urging them to leave the area. He couldn't abandon the village in its current state. He turned to Motoyasu, questioning whether he understood the exorbitant cost of staying at the inn. Motoyasu hesitated, clearly unprepared for the reality of the situation. Izuku informed him that it was 1 silver coin per night, including meals, and pointed out that the fee to merely enter and exit the village was equivalent to 100 nights. The villagers rallied behind Izuku, expressing their agreement and reminding 𝐼𝐬 that it was the shield hero who had defended them during the Wave of Catastrophe. 𝐼𝐬, angered, demanded silence and commanded the knights to point their weapons at the villagers. Izuku intervened, insisting that they stop. Suddenly, 3 cloaked figures appeared before 𝐼𝐬, and one of them introduced themselves as representatives of a higher authority. 𝐼𝐬 was taken aback, questioning their presence. The cloaked figure handed her a scroll, which seemed to hold significant importance. Raphtalia, curious, asked Izuku about their identity, but he could only speculate about their significance. 𝐼𝐬, in a fit of frustration, challenged Izuku to a contest for the right to rule the village. Izuku accepted the challenge, and the village leader expressed gratitude, noting that Philo appeared ready for the task ahead. Izuku observed Philo glaring at Motoyasu's dragon, realizing that the 2 creatures were not on friendly terms. He encouraged Philo, who nodded in agreement, and they prepared to race. Motoyasu scoffed, questioning Izuku's choice of riding a bird instead of a dragon. Philo, angered by the insult, retaliated with a swift kick that sent Motoyasu flying. Izuku chuckled, thinking about introducing Philo to Kota. 𝐼𝐬 accused them of cheating, but Izuku defended Philo's honor, laughing alongside her. The village leader explained the race rules, and they took off, with Izuku quickly taking the lead. However, a guard conjured a pit in front of them, causing Izuku to pull on Philo's reins as they fell into the hole. 𝐼𝐬 called out to them, and Izuku reassured Philo that they would not give up. They got back on track and caught up with Motoyasu. Another guard attempted to slow them down, but Motoyasu's dragon struck Philo with its tail. Izuku encouraged Philo to channel her anger into strength, and she responded by speeding up, overtaking Motoyasu and kicking up dust that covered mine. Eri commented on the situation, while Raphtalia acknowledged her understanding of karma. As they raced, another guard cast a spell to increase Motoyasu's speed, bringing them neck and neck. Izuku cheered for Philo, urging her to push harder. However, Motoyasu tried to block their path, and Izuku quickly devised a plan. He created a shield to cover the hole, allowing Philo to leap over it and gain ground on Motoyasu. With the villagers counting on them, Izuku shouted encouragement, and Philo ran with all her might, ultimately winning the race. Izuku dismounted, and the village leader praised their victory, expressing relief for the village's future. A green glow enveloped Philo, surprising everyone. Izuku humbly redirected the praise to Philo, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. Mine accused them of cheating, but the village leader pointed out that the transformation occurred after the race. Izuku countered her claims, highlighting the holes in the road created by Motoyasu's party. Just then, the cloaked figures reappeared, confirming Izuku's assertion about the magic traces found on the course. Mine attempted to deflect blame, but the figures clarified that the magic used was not aligned with Izuku's abilities. As tensions rose, Mine vowed to return, while Motoyasu claimed he had let them win. Eri innocently inquired about Motoyasu's well-being after Philo's kick, causing Izuku to chuckle. Motoyasu stormed off in frustration. Izuku felt proud of Eri and received heartfelt thanks from the village leader, who expressed gratitude for their help. Izuku insisted that he was merely doing what a hero should. The village leader offered a way to properly thank him, and Philo pointed toward an old carriage. Izuku suggested they could give him the carriage as a fair trade. Before departing, the village leader presented Izuku with a trader's pass, which would exempt him from tolls across the country. Grateful, Izuku accepted the pass, and they set off on their journey with Philo pulling the carriage. However, Raphtalia soon felt unwell from motion sickness, prompting Izuku to suggest a break. As they paused, Raphtalia apologized for the inconvenience, but Izuku reassured her that her health was more important than their travel plans. They would need to find a solution for her motion sickness in the future. He noticed her flushed face and asked if she had a fever, but she denied it. Eri remarked on Philo's happiness at pulling the cart, and Izuku agreed, feeling content with their progress. Everyone was encouraged to get some rest. Raphtalia agreed, and Eri wished good night to her father. They all settled down for the night, with Philo eventually joining Izuku and falling asleep beside him, her eyes gently closing. The next morning, Raphtalia called out to Izuku, her expression filled with shock. He woke up, confused about what was troubling her, and soon realized she was staring at something unexpected. A little girl, who appeared to be completely unadorned, stood before him. Startled, he jumped back, exclaiming in disbelief that she hadn't been there before. The girl turned to him, her wings visible, and greeted him cheerfully, introducing herself as Philo. Izuku, Raphtalia, and Eri were taken aback, all questioning her identity. Philo, unfazed, simply asked if she could have something to eat. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐼𝐬 was preparing lunch when he noticed Philo, now wearing a brown cloak for modesty. He greeted her, teasingly commenting on her new appearance. Izuku explained the situation, and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 expressed surprise at the arrival of another young girl. Philo approached 𝐼𝐼𝐬, asking for a snack, and he offered her a bite of his sandwich. She transformed into her philolial form, quickly devouring the sandwich in one go, leaving Izuku exasperated. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 inquired about their story, and Raphtalia explained that philolials had a king or queen leading each flock, revealing that they were skilled at transforming and blending in. Izuku added that they required a special crest to be tamed, which they couldn't afford. Eri mentioned the chaos they faced while trying to give Philo the crest, and Raphtalia noted Philo's resistance. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 then asked if they had come merely to showcase Philo, to which Izuku clarified they were seeking clothing, as Philo's transformations were costly. Raphtalia requested outfits suitable for transforming beings, but 𝐼𝐼𝐬 informed them that such items were special orders and suggested they visit a dressmaker. He handed Izuku a pink outfit left by another customer. Grateful, they took Philo to the dressmaker, who was immediately charmed by her appearance. Philo eagerly asked if she was cute, and Izuku confirmed she looked adorable. The dressmaker commented that Philo needed to hear that, leading to a surprising revelation when Philo asked if Izuku was her father. Eri chimed in, and after a moment of contemplation, Izuku accepted the role, leading to an excited embrace from Philo. After a brief moment of adjustment, Izuku realized they needed durable clothing for Philo's transformations. The dressmaker explained that transforming clothes required magic thread made from the wearer's mana, which meant they had to be custom-made. Izuku wondered where they could obtain such thread, and the dressmaker suggested the magic shop. At the magic shop, the shopkeeper informed them that while they could weave magic thread, his spinning wheel was out of commission due to a broken gemstone. He mentioned the difficulty in finding a replacement. As they discussed their options, Philo became fascinated by a crystal ball that measured magical affinity, and they discovered she had a wind affinity. The following day, Philo joyfully pulled the carriage while singing about her abilities. Raphtalia noted her cheerful demeanor, and Philo expressed her determination to confront any enemies. Izuku acknowledged that they needed to earn some money before getting her clothes. Raphtalia mentioned a trade pass they had received from the village lord, hoping it would be useful. As they traveled, Philo spotted a man in distress, who urgently requested a ride to deliver medicine to a nearby village. Izuku agreed to help, reassuring the man that payment could wait. He took the reins from Raphtalia and mounted Philo, urging her to speed up. The man climbed aboard, expressing gratitude. At the gate, the gatekeeper called for them to stop, but Izuku quickly threw his pass to him, promising to retrieve it later. They soon reached the man's home, where he rushed inside to deliver the medicine to his ailing mother. Izuku instructed the man to prepare some hot water while he took care of the potion. After enchanting it, he administered it to the old lady, who felt immediate relief. The man was astonished at the quick results and offered Izuku food as thanks, which he gratefully accepted before heading back to reunite with Philo and Eri. As the days passed, he continued his journey as a merchant while learning magic and the language of this world alongside Raphtalia. One day, the merchant expressed his disbelief at riding with the famed savior of the heavenly fowl. Izuku was taken aback by the merchant's words, and Philo, excited by the attention, wondered if she was truly a god. Raphtalia reminded Philo of Izuku's instructions to remain quiet around strangers, and Philo quickly apologized. The merchant, astonished by Philo's ability to speak, marveled at her divine nature, but Izuku clarified that she was not a god. Raphtalia then alerted Izuku to a large gang blocking their path ahead. Concerned, Izuku turned to see the gang members approaching. The first thug commanded them to stop, while another commented on Philo's unusual appearance. The thugs demanded that they hand over Izuku, threatening them with violence if they did not comply. Izuku, unfazed, prepared to confront the thugs, insisting they step back as he leaped from the carriage. The thugs warned him of their upgraded bodyguard, who was ready to draw his weapon. Izuku activated his power, unleashing a powerful attack that sent the thugs crashing against a wall, incapacitating them. He then summoned a rope shield, binding the thugs tightly. Later, one of the thugs revealed that another traitor had betrayed the merchant, leading to their ambush. The merchant, realizing he had been sold out, looked to Izuku for guidance on what to do next. The thugs, recognizing Izuku's identity as the shield hero, attempted to manipulate the situation to their advantage. Izuku, however, remained resolute, warning them of the consequences of their actions. As the thugs trembled in fear, one pleaded for mercy, offering to surrender their weapons instead. Izuku agreed to spare their lives but insisted on taking their weapons to prevent any future threats. The thugs complied, relieved to escape with their lives. Later, Izuku expressed his frustration to the merchant for the trouble he had caused. The merchant offered his knowledge and connections as compensation, which intrigued Izuku. Grateful, he accepted the offer, and the merchant began teaching him about material processing, crafting gems, and imbuing them with mana, inspiring Izuku with new spell ideas. During their travels, Izuku heard rumors about the other heroes. Motoyasu had saved a village from famine by introducing a legendary CRP, while Ren was on a quest to slay monsters, including a dragon. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, on the other hand, was surrounded by wild tales, most of which were exaggerated. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and his companion 𝐼𝐚𝐬 searched for a girl named 𝐅𝐚𝐬 in a locked room. After breaking down the door, they found her terrified but safe. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 introduced himself as the bow hero and reassured her that they would help her escape. Back with Izuku, the mining chief expressed disbelief at the authenticity of a deed Izuku had returned to its rightful owner. The chief offered to help Izuku find gemstones at a discount, asking what he sought. Izuku requested the gemstone used to create magical threads, and the chief directed him to a location. Accompanied by the magic shopkeeper, Izuku traveled to a temple known for its dark past. Upon arrival, they discovered a tunnel that had not been previously documented. Cautiously, they entered, aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Inside, they found an empty chest and ancient writing warning of a twisted seed that should never escape the tunnel. Realizing someone had already taken it, Izuku and his companions pressed on, with Philo pointing out a path ahead. As they ventured deeper, Philo hesitated, sensing something amiss. Izuku noticed her unease and reassured her, but they soon began to hear unsettling voices echoing around them, hinting that something was very wrong. These monsters taunted them with the last things they wanted to hear, in voices that sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, Izuku's danger sense activated, prompting him to dodge a swift slash aimed at him. He declared the need to locate those monsters. The shopkeeper commanded the source of their power to decipher the laws of nature and restore their sight, invoking a spell that illuminated the area, revealing the monster's location. Izuku pointed them out and called for Philo, who eagerly responded that she would blow them away. With a powerful gust of wind, she defeated the monsters effortlessly. Izuku checked on his companions, and Raphtalia reassured him that they were all right. He fed the monster parts to his shield, resulting in a new shield. They needed to keep moving, and Philo, seeking reassurance, asked if he would abandon her. Izuku assured her that he would never abandon her or 𝐼𝐬𝐬, as they were his daughters. Philo hugged him tightly, expressing her gratitude, and they continued on their journey. Eventually, they arrived at a location filled with gems, including the one they sought. However, it was guarded by a lion monster with a snake for a tail. The shopkeeper identified it as a new, noting its smaller size but inherent danger. Izuku began to strategize, but Raphtalia and Philo rushed in without hesitation. Izuku's alarmed shout echoed as 𝐼𝐬𝐬 called out to them to wait. Raphtalia attempted to stab the new, but it dodged and retaliated by kicking her away. Philo tried to kick it as well, but the new evaded her attack. The shopkeeper unleashed a fire spell that scorched the new. Izuku seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to the creature's gut, sending it crashing into a wall. The new struggled to rise, and Izuku commanded the girls to finish it off. The shopkeeper unleashed another fire blast. Raphtalia plunged her sword into the monster, and Philo delivered a decisive kick that shattered its skull into dust. They celebrated their victory, and Izuku checked on everyone, relieved to find them unharmed. He cautioned them about their recklessness, expressing his concern for their safety. Raphtalia's ears drooped at his words, but he reassured her that making mistakes was part of learning. Philo marveled at the beauty of the gems surrounding them, and Raphtalia agreed. Izuku managed to collect one of the gems, and later, Philo began crafting magic thread. She expressed her fatigue, but the shopkeeper encouraged her, explaining that it was due to her mana transforming into thread. Izuku offered to prepare food for everyone, promising a meal once she finished. Philo asked 𝐼𝐬𝐬 if their father's cooking was good, to which 𝐼𝐬𝐬 enthusiastically affirmed it was the best, motivating Philo to continue her work. Once the thread was completed, they delivered it to the dressmaker. The next day, Philo excitedly asked how she looked in her new outfit. Izuku complimented her adorableness, and 𝐼𝐬𝐬 echoed his praise. Philo hugged them both, grateful for their support. Their family's adventure was just beginning as they set off toward a village. The accessory dealer had informed them of a significant order for herbicide that the village desperately needed. Izuku pondered the situation, muttering to himself about the peculiar need for so much herbicide and the overrun plants, realizing the differences between their world and this one. Raphtalia, observing him, called his attention back. He apologized for his distracted thoughts, and she found his habit endearing. Curious, she asked about his world, and he began to share how 80% of his world possessed superpowers and how he attended a hero school. Raphtalia was thoroughly impressed by his story. As they traveled, Philo remarked on the amazing plants, while 𝐼𝐬 found them more frightening. Izuku and Raphtalia noticed the overwhelming vines encroaching upon the village, understanding the urgency of their mission. Izuku instructed Philo to lead them to the village as quickly as possible. The chief welcomed them, expressing gratitude for their timely arrival, as the village was on the brink of being consumed by the vines. Raphtalia suggested burning the vines, but Izuku noted that they likely had already attempted that strategy, as the vines appeared resistant to fire. The chief confirmed their struggles, explaining that they had summoned adventurers, but the situation had worsened, with the plants transforming into monsters that attacked them. Izuku was taken aback by this revelation, and just then, they heard screams in the distance. The chief explained that some adventurers had ventured out to level up, unaware of the dangers that awaited them. Izuku asked Philo to locate the adventurers and bring them back. Philo, momentarily distracted by food, quickly responded and dashed out of the village. She soon returned, carrying 3 adventurers in her wings and dropping them to the ground. Philo recounted her encounter with the plant monsters, expressing confusion over why the adventurers had ventured into such danger when they were clearly unprepared. Raphtalia gently reminded Philo that her words were unnecessary, and Izuku echoed this sentiment, explaining that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. He shared his own experiences of being bullied for not being strong, emphasizing the importance of kindness and understanding toward others. Philo reflected on his words, apologizing for her thoughtlessness. Izuku reassured her that everyone makes mistakes, but those who acknowledge them and strive to improve possess good hearts. As they conversed, villagers began to notice Philo's ability to speak, marveling at the heavenly fowl's presence. The chief implored Izuku for guidance, eager for a solution to their plight. Izuku shook his head in denial, insisting that he must have been mistaken for someone else. Raphtalia urged him to use his powers to help heal the sick villagers, emphasizing that it would be a great good. Izuku paused, confused by the request to heal the sick. The chief led Izuku and Raphtalia to a tent where they found people in distress, with strange plants growing from their bodies. Izuku expressed his concern for the unfortunate individuals, realizing that the plants were parasitic. The chief pleaded with him to do whatever he could to help. Izuku, still unsure of his abilities, approached a sick little girl and retrieved a bottle of herbicide. He asked Raphtalia to hold the girl's head up, and she complied without hesitation. Izuku administered the herbicide, and with a skill he possessed, he enhanced its effects, causing the plants to wither away. Relieved, he noted that it had worked and prepared to assist the others. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐬 and Philo were enjoying some fruit. Philo inquired about why their father had been bullied for lacking powers. 𝐼𝐬 explained that in their world, a significant majority possessed superpowers, known as quirks, which could manifest in various forms. Philo expressed her longing to live in such a world, but 𝐼𝐬 revealed the downside of their father's situation, as he had been misdiagnosed as part of the minority without powers. 𝐼𝐬 recounted how their father had faced bullying throughout his life, with only their grandparents showing him kindness. She noted that their society was harsh, but she felt it was still better than the one they were currently in. Philo wondered if she would be bullied for not having a quirk, but 𝐼𝐬 reassured her that her true form could be mistaken for a transformation-type quirk, which could offer some protection. As time passed, Izuku and Raphtalia returned, only to find the chief and 2 villagers kneeling before them, pleading for help to save their village from famine. The chief recounted how a hero had once brought a miraculous seed that had ultimately led to their current plight, as the plants had grown uncontrollably. Izuku realized that the villagers had trusted the hero without question, and he reassured them that he would help. They set off towards the gate, and as they approached some vines, a vine monster attacked. Izuku blocked the attack with his shield, while Raphtalia swiftly dispatched the creature. Philo kicked another vine monster, eliminating it as well. Izuku then spotted a giant flower in front of a massive tree, which unexpectedly sprouted an eye. He speculated that defeating the flower would resolve the chaos. 𝐼𝐬 agreed, but Izuku remained cautious, suspecting that the flower would have defenses. Philo, eager to help, leaped forward, but Raphtalia called for her to wait. Vines lashed out at them, and Izuku created a protective shield for Philo to use as a platform. She soared into the air and struck the flower's eye, but it quickly regenerated, forcing her to retreat. Izuku noted the flower's rapid regeneration and realized that standard attacks wouldn't suffice. Raphtalia asked for a plan, and Izuku handed her the herbicide, instructing her to splash it on the eye. She hopped onto Philo's back, and they charged at the flower, dodging the attacking vines. As they approached, Raphtalia sliced through more vines, but suddenly, some vines ensnared her, holding her in a compromising position. Philo snorted in amusement, while Izuku turned away, trying to maintain focus. Raphtalia called out to Philo, denying any laughter, and urged them to stay focused on their mission. Izuku instructed to grab the herbicide. Raphtalia questioned what he meant by, "never mind." She then took out the herbicide and sprayed the vines beneath her, but they regenerated almost instantly. Izuku observed this and thought about the potion enhanced skill, realizing it might work on the herbicide as well. He began to approach the plant, prompting 𝐼𝐬 to ask what he was doing and Raphtalia to warn him to stay away. Vines wrapped around Izuku, attempting to restrain him, but he used his shield to break free and continued toward the plant. Philo cheered him on, and Raphtalia noted that he wasn't even using his quirk, indicating the true potential of the shield hero. Izuku retrieved a bottle of herbicide and applied his potion enhanced skill before pouring it onto the roots of the plant monster, causing it to wither. Raphtalia freed herself, and together with Izuku, they climbed onto Philo and escaped from the collapsing tree, which soon fell apart, leaving behind ripe fruit and seeds. Izuku warned everyone that the seeds could lead to more trouble and instructed them to gather as many as possible. They spent considerable time cleaning up the area, during which Raphtalia reached for a seed, only for Philo to snatch it first, leading to a playful argument. Izuku glanced at his collection of shields, focusing on his new bioplant shield. 𝐼𝐬 asked if he was looking at a new shield, to which he confirmed. She inquired about its function, and he explained it had a plant modification ability, suggesting they test it out. He modified a few seeds, and when he threw them on the ground, they sprouted into a new plant monster, which quickly withered and died. Izuku expressed that it was as he expected. Raphtalia approached with a bag of seeds and asked what he was doing. Izuku explained his new skill, causing her to gasp in shock. She cautioned him against being reckless after their recent battle. Izuku apologized, and they gathered the remaining seeds before returning to the village. The chief expressed gratitude for their help, referring to Izuku as the shield hero and assuring him they would handle the vines. Izuku, feeling exhausted, mentioned he needed to sleep, and Raphtalia agreed. Later, Raphtalia, 𝐼𝐬, and Philo enjoyed a campfire dinner with the chief, who remarked on Izuku's caring nature. Raphtalia nodded, affirming that he was indeed the best but also noted that he had faced hardships in life, which she wanted to help alleviate. Philo and 𝐼𝐬 looked on, confused by her words. The following day, Izuku woke up early and practiced his new skill, modifying the seeds to ensure they were safe. Raphtalia asked if he had woken her, but he encouraged her to continue resting. She noticed he was using a seed from the previous day, and he buried it in the dirt, asking her to watch. Despite her concerns about risks, he urged her to trust him. The plant grew and produced various fruits without transforming into a monstrous version. Izuku reassured her that everything was fine. As the villagers awoke, they gathered around Izuku while Philo and 𝐼𝐬 enjoyed a bowl of berries. Izuku explained his modifications, which curbed the plant's breeding and mutation potential, allowing them to bear edible fruit without becoming monsters. The chief expressed immense gratitude, stating that Izuku had given them a wonderful gift. Izuku sighed, explaining that he couldn't do everything for free, as he needed to make a living. The chief admitted they had no money left to pay him, but Izuku proposed taking a small portion of the fruit and seeds instead, which the chief readily agreed to. Izuku then sold some of the fruit and seeds to the merchant who had informed them about the village. The merchant asked if Izuku could assist with a 𝐒𝐿 job to a nearby hot springs town. Excited by the prospect, Izuku agreed, and they set off to deliver the goods. Upon arrival, a woman thanked them for their kindness. Philo, Raphtalia, and 𝐒𝐬 soon found a hot spring and eagerly dipped their feet in the warm water. Philo exclaimed how great it felt and asked if she could go in. Izuku considered the idea and asked Raphtalia and 𝐒𝐬 for their thoughts. 𝐒𝐬 was enthusiastic, while Raphtalia expressed mild reluctance but agreed to accompany them if they wanted to go. Her tail wagged, revealing her true feelings, and Izuku smiled, deciding they would spend the night there. Later, Raphtalia and 𝐒𝐬 enjoyed the hot springs together. Raphtalia expressed her happiness about their stay but felt a bit jealous of Philo's closeness to Izuku. 𝐒𝐬 pointed out a statue with a message, prompting Raphtalia to read it aloud. The inscription spoke of the hot springs' origin and benefits, including success in love and eternal unity for couples who entered together, which fascinated 𝐒𝐬. Raphtalia had become so engrossed in her thoughts that she began speaking to herself. She pondered how wonderful it would be if she could share a bath with Izuku in the hot spring. Her cheeks flushed bright pink, and she quickly covered her face with her hands, overwhelmed by her feelings. The thought of kissing him made her panic, fearing the consequences. 𝐒𝐬, who had been quietly listening, interrupted her thoughts, prompting Raphtalia to realize she was not alone. Turning her head slowly, Raphtalia hesitated before responding. 𝐒𝐬 then asked if she had a crush on her father, which caught Raphtalia off guard. She stammered, questioning if 𝐒𝐬 possessed a lie detector quirk. 𝐒𝐬 assured her she did not, and Raphtalia insisted she had no feelings for Izuku, though her tail's wagging betrayed her. 𝐒𝐬 pointed out the obvious sign, teasing Raphtalia about her tail. The moment of defeat, Raphtalia admitted her feelings, pleading with 𝐒𝐬 to keep it a secret. 𝐒𝐬 sighed but encouraged Raphtalia to express her feelings to her father, highlighting all the good he had done for them. Raphtalia was surprised that 𝐒𝐬 was okay with her dating Izuku, and 𝐒𝐬 even mentioned she wouldn't mind calling Raphtalia mommy. This made Raphtalia's heart swell with affection, but she worried about whether Izuku felt the same. 𝐒𝐬 reminded Raphtalia that if she didn't tell him, he would never know. Raphtalia acknowledged this but felt she needed more time. Just then, they heard Izuku's voice, and both girls turned to see him approaching. They wondered if he had overheard their conversation, but 𝐒𝐬 reassured Raphtalia. Philo joined them, excited about the hot spring size, and Izuku cautioned her against swimming in it. However, he soon relented, realizing the bath was large enough for some fun. Later, Raphtalia strolled through the inn after her bath, holding a drink and thinking about sharing it with Izuku. As she passed two women discussing 𝐒𝐬𝐬, a rare crystal said to make effective love charms, Raphtalia's interest piqued. She imagined giving Izuku a gift made from 𝐒𝐬𝐬 to capture his attention. Determined, she decided to find some. She recalled that a bird called a 𝐒𝐬𝐽 collected 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬, and if she could find its nest, she would be able to get some. Just then, Philo appeared, asking about their father, which startled Raphtalia. Philo explained she was also searching for 𝐒𝐬𝐽 eggs, believing that bringing a rare delicacy to Izuku would make him love her more. Raphtalia chased after Philo, who was singing about the eggs, but soon realized they were racing. As they ran, Philo nearly fell off a cliff, and Raphtalia quickly grabbed her, but they both tumbled down. Fortunately, they landed on something soft, which turned out to be a boar monster. As the boar chased them, they faced a gap in their path. Philo transformed into her filial form, allowing Raphtalia to jump on her back. They leaped over the gap and landed safely, but the boar monster stopped in its tracks. They both breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their narrow escape. Continuing their adventure, they eventually spotted a sleeping 𝐒𝐬𝐽 with its eggs and a 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬 crystal. As Raphtalia reached for the crystal, the bird awoke and screeched. Suddenly, they heard growling behind them and turned to see the boar monster charging at them. Just then, Izuku appeared, smashing the boar monster with a powerful blow. Raphtalia and Philo called out to him, relieved to see their protector. Izuku, concerned for their safety, asked what they were doing there, and both girls stepped back, startled by his sudden outburst. Realizing he had raised his voice, Izuku took a deep breath, apologizing for his reaction. But the girls had no idea how worried he was. They looked down. Izuku expressed his confusion about why they had ventured off on their own, asking them to at least inform him if they decided to do so again. He picked up Philo and hugged her with one arm while holding Raphtalia in the other. He conveyed how he didn't want to imagine what could have happened if he hadn't arrived in time. Raphtalia noticed a few tears in his eyes as he admitted he didn't want to lose them. She apologized, and Philo echoed her sentiments, calling him Daddy. Izuku released them and forgave their actions, pleading with them not to repeat such recklessness. They both nodded in agreement. Grateful, he thanked them. Afterward, Raphtalia retrieved the crystal while Philo gathered the eggs, deciding to store them for later. They made their way back to the inn just in time for 𝐼𝐬 to wake up. The next day, the team of 4 prepared to leave. However, as Izuku was exiting, he overheard 2 men discussing an epidemic in the east, noting that there wasn't enough medicine for everyone who was sick. Intrigued, he approached the girls and informed them they were heading east. Izuku had been working on something special for the girls. He had created a bracelet for Raphtalia and matching hair clips for Philo and 𝐼𝐬. While checking to see if they fit, he accidentally woke Philo. Quickly, he hid the items behind his back. Philo asked if something was wrong, wondering if he couldn't sleep. He reassured her that he was just checking on them and told her to go back to sleep. She thanked him and returned to her slumber. Izuku thought he should get some rest too and went to sleep. The following day, the team was getting ready when they encountered a sick elderly woman and her son. They decided to offer them food. The mother warned them to turn back while they still could, and the boy warned that continuing on their path could lead to death. Izuku mentioned they had heard of a village down that way. The mother explained that the village was devastated, and even the village elder had fallen ill with the plague. Despite the warnings, they continued on their journey, boarding the carriage and riding off. Raphtalia asked what was happening there, and Izuku assured her they would find out soon. Later, they arrived at the village, where a villager questioned their presence in such a desolate place. Izuku introduced himself as a traveling merchant with medicines to sell. The villager recognized Philo as the heavenly fowl and rushed to find the doctor, exclaiming that their savior had arrived. The doctor approached, expressing disbelief at their arrival. Izuku clarified that he was there to sell medicine, which the doctor eagerly accepted, explaining that he couldn't provide enough for everyone. He led them into the clinic, which was filled with sick individuals. A nurse greeted them, and the doctor explained they were there to sell medicine. Izuku decided to distribute the medicine himself. Using his potion-enhanced skill, he administered the medicine to everyone, helping them recover. He inquired about payment, and the doctor offered 50 silvers, which Izuku accepted, though he noted it was a bit short. The doctor expressed immense gratitude, stating they had staved off the immediate crisis, but Izuku reminded him that treating symptoms wasn't a cure and that they needed a permanent solution. The nurse explained that the plague was caused by the wind from the mountain, which was home to monsters. Izuku inquired about the monsters, and the doctor revealed that a dragon had been killed by the sword hero, which had initially brought adventurers to the village. However, as the dragon's corpse began to rot, it emitted poison, leading to the outbreak. Izuku was frustrated that the sword hero had left the corpse behind, realizing he likely viewed the world as a game. Raphtalia questioned why they hadn't dealt with the corpse, and the nurse explained that the mountain was filled with violent monsters, making it too dangerous for anyone but adventurers to approach. The doctor added that the dragon's poison had altered the mountain's ecology, deterring adventurers from going near the corpse. Izuku asked if they had informed the royal court, and the doctor confirmed they had, but the heroes were too busy to assist. Raphtalia expressed disbelief at their inaction, but Izuku decided they would take matters into their own hands and prepared to set out, with Raphtalia agreeing. The next day, they began their ascent up the mountain while wearing masks, though 𝐼𝐬 was not with them. Raphtalia noted the heavy load they were carrying, and Izuku explained that they had to take the wagon regardless. He acknowledged that they could have traveled lighter if Philo hadn't insisted on bringing the wagon, recalling how she had protested against leaving it behind. As they continued, they encountered several monsters blocking their path. Izuku realized they wouldn't make progress if they tried to fight them all. He summoned his power as the shield hero, commanding nature to defend them. Philo gained a bright green aura and sped past the monsters, clearing their way. Soon, they reached their destination. Izuku remarked on the terrible air quality, suggesting that Raphtalia stay back if she was struggling. She assured him she would be fine. There was no need for concern. Izuku acknowledged that they should have eaten before arriving at the decaying dragon carcass, as he had lost his appetite. They turned to see Philo happily munching on her food, commenting that the sight of the dragon made her hungry. Raphtalia cautioned her not to overindulge. As they approached the corpse, Izuku noted that given its size, disassembling it would be a challenge. Suddenly, the corpse began to stir, blood seeping from it as its wings started to regenerate. It rose and let out a thunderous roar. Izuku was shocked to realize they were facing a zombie dragon. Raphtalia looked to him for guidance, and he quickly decided they needed to retreat. However, Philo, filled with anger, positioned herself defiantly in front of the creature. She declared her hatred for dragons and leaped up, striking it on the head. Izuku saw this as a potential opportunity to fight back. Just then, the zombie dragon prepared to unleash a poisonous breath attack. Izuku instructed everyone to take cover behind him, managing to block some of the attack, but not all. He felt the weight of the situation, knowing his shield couldn't protect them completely, especially since Raphtalia lacked his resistance. Philo, fueled by rage, charged at the dragon once more, ignoring Izuku's warning. She attempted to strike again, landing a hit, but the dragon retaliated, swatting her aside. Izuku realized they needed to regroup, but Philo rushed at the dragon again, and in a shocking moment, it consumed her. The sight was distressing for Raphtalia, who cried out for her friend. Izuku instinctively blocked another poisonous breath attack but was overwhelmed with despair at the loss of Philo. In a moment of fury, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, manifesting as a message in his vision that questioned his motives. Consumed by rage, he declared his hatred for the dragon, his eyes glowing red. Raphtalia, concerned for him, called out, but he continued to advance toward the creature. The dragon attempted to strike him, but he caught its claw effortlessly, a red aura enveloping him as his skills awakened. He vowed that the dragon would pay for its actions. Despite Raphtalia's pleas, he was driven by a longing for vengeance, unleashing flames around him. The dragon swung its tail, but he countered, igniting it in fire. Izuku pressed forward, determined to end the creature's threat. However, a memory of Raphtalia's promise to be his sword brought him back to reality. Realizing he was losing control, he snapped out of his rage just as Raphtalia collapsed, weakened by the encounter. He rushed to her side, horrified to see dark markings on her skin. Desperate to help, he invoked his healing powers, but his attempts were futile. When the dragon lunged at them, Izuku defended Raphtalia with a powerful strike, channeling his frustration into a fiery punch that sent the dragon reeling. As the dragon's body fell lifelessly to the ground, Izuku was left in shock. Raphtalia stirred, but then fell again. He was relieved when she confirmed she was all right, thanks to his healing, and they celebrated their victory over the dragon. Suddenly, the dragon's stomach burst open, and to Izuku's astonishment, Philo emerged, unharmed. She cheerfully explained that the blood he saw was just fruit she had eaten. Overwhelmed with relief, Izuku embraced her tightly, grateful she was safe. Raphtalia, still recovering, asked Philo if she had played a part in defeating the dragon. Philo proudly confirmed that she had, and even found a shiny purple crystal inside the dragon's belly. Izuku realized this crystal must have been the source of the dragon's power. Philo's innocent burp revealed that she had consumed the crystal, much to Izuku's surprise. Concerned for Raphtalia's health, he insisted they needed to get her medical attention. However, Raphtalia insisted they first dispose of the dragon's body. Izuku reluctantly agreed, and they set to work cremating the remains before returning to the village. Eri greeted them with concern, and Izuku explained the situation, asking for her help to heal Raphtalia. Eri used her quirk to remove the curse, and Raphtalia awakened, surprised to find herself being carried by Izuku. As she regained her composure, her face flushed with embarrassment. Izuku suggested they rest for the night, noting her feverish appearance. Philo excitedly presented Izuku with the crystal she had saved for him, which he appreciated despite his insistence that it wasn't necessary. He placed the crystal into his shield, but soon realized that his level wasn't high enough to utilize its power. Reflecting on the strange shield he had used earlier, he resolved to be more cautious in the future. Izuku reminded himself to maintain control over his emotions. Raphtalia approached him, expressing concern. Izuku felt the weight of responsibility as he reflected on the recent encounter with the dragon. He acknowledged that he should have acted decisively to protect his friends, considering the abilities he possessed. Eri was surprised by his thoughts, while Philo reassured her sister that she was fine. Izuku still felt guilty about not taking action sooner. Raphtalia insisted that it wasn't his fault, wishing she could have been stronger to assist. Philo admitted her own impulsiveness in charging forward without thinking. Izuku smiled at their camaraderie and suggested they all acknowledge their mistakes and work together to improve. They agreed, united in their resolve. Eri excitedly proposed they rest for the night, and Philo requested to sleep together. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku agreed, and they settled in for the night. The next day, they completed a job to eliminate some troublesome monster bugs. Philo expressed her longing for more excitement, while Izuku credited Eri for lifting the curse that had been causing trouble. As they continued their journey, Philo noticed a blue-haired girl surrounded by several Philolials. Eri was amazed by the sight, but as they approached, a twig snapped underfoot, causing the Philolials to scatter. Philo suggested they could hunt the birds down if they started now, but Raphtalia questioned the idea of eating creatures of their own kind. Izuku pointed out that it was not unusual in nature. Suddenly, they heard a voice expressing wonder at Philo's presence. The girl was thrilled to discover that Philo could talk. She introduced herself as Melty and offered Philo some dried meat, which Philo gratefully accepted. The girls quickly formed a bond, with Melty excitedly asking questions about Philo's abilities. Izuku observed their growing friendship and suggested that Philo and Eri play with Melty while he and Raphtalia continued their work. As the sun set, Philo and Eri returned to Izuku, bubbling with excitement about their day with Melty. They learned that Melty had been separated from her group while playing with the Philolials. Melty then approached them, asking if she could travel with them for a while. Izuku readily agreed, eager to help her. The following day, they prepared to leave the village, where the chief expressed gratitude for their assistance. Izuku assured him it was no trouble, and they set off for the royal capital. Along the way, they faced various challenges, defeating monsters and enjoying their time together. Philo, Eri, and Melty grew closer as friends. Later that night at their inn, Raphtalia woke up and offered to keep watch. Izuku reassured her that he could manage without sleep. As they talked, they noticed Melty was missing. Eri and Raphtalia exchanged worried glances, but Philo quickly clarified that Melty was simply sleeping in her feathers. Melty emerged from the warmth of Philo's feathers, explaining how cozy they were. Izuku chuckled at the situation, and Raphtalia couldn't help but be amazed by the comfort of Philo's feathers. The next day, they arrived at the capital, and Melty expressed her gratitude once again. Philo asked Izuku if she and Eri could take Melty home, to which he agreed, reminding them to stick together. The three girls set off, with Melty leading the way. Raphtalia expressed her concern about missing their friend, while Izuku reassured her that they would see her again someday. Suddenly, they spotted one of the guards rushing toward them, prompting Izuku to suggest they flee. He proposed they split up, instructing Raphtalia to find Philo and Eri while he would meet them back at the carriage. Raphtalia agreed, and they hurried in different directions. Just as Izuku thought he was safe, his danger sense alerted him to an approaching threat. Motoyasu charged at Izuku, attempting to strike him with his spear, but Izuku deftly dodged the attack. He questioned why Motoyasu would attack him in public, to which Motoyasu responded with anger, demanding to know the whereabouts of a specific girl. Izuku realized he was referring to Philo and was taken aback by Motoyasu's obsession with her. Motoyasu ranted about Philo's beauty, comparing her to an angel and expressing his infatuation. Izuku firmly warned Motoyasu to keep his hands off Philo, and despite Motoyasu's bravado, he was visibly shaken. Motoyasu threatened to send both Izuku and his friend to their doom, launching another attack that Izuku skillfully countered with his black whip. He explained to Motoyasu that his reckless actions could have harmed innocent bystanders. Just then, the guard from earlier arrived, commenting on the close call and emphasizing that the street was no place for a duel. Mine, however, declared the situation an official duel between the spear hero and the shield hero, citing her authority granted by the royal crown. Melty unexpectedly intervened, commanding the guards to lower their weapons, which they surprisingly did. Melty confronted Mine, revealing their familial connection as sisters. She expressed her disapproval of the chaos caused by their actions and pointed out the danger posed to civilians. Motoyasu, realizing the gravity of the situation, looked around nervously. Melty chastised Mine for her behavior, insisting that the heroes should not be fighting amongst themselves. As the tension eased, Raphtalia, Philo, and Eri arrived, concerned about Izuku. He reassured them that everything was fine. Motoyasu approached Philo, attempting to manipulate her feelings, but Philo defended herself, stating she enjoyed pulling the carriage. Motoyasu accused Izuku of mistreating her, which prompted a defensive reaction from the group. Philo transformed into her filial form, expressing her disdain for Motoyasu, who was taken aback by her transformation. In the midst of the commotion, Melty urgently requested to speak with Izuku. They made their way to 𝐼𝐬𝐽𝐬 shop, where 𝐼𝐬𝐽𝐬 asked for an explanation of the situation. Izuku explained that it was complicated, and they needed a private space to discuss matters. Melty introduced herself as the second princess of Melromark, which shocked everyone present. She explained that her sister had always been a challenge due to her personality. Melty admitted she had not realized Izuku was the shield hero but saw an opportunity to share important information. She revealed that a powerful warrior was searching for Izuku, although the reason was still unclear. Grateful for the warning, Izuku expressed his trust in Melty, noting her bond with Philo and Eri. Melty smiled, pleased by his trust, and shared the rumor about the warrior. After their conversation, she bid farewell to Philo and Eri before leaving. As Izuku and his team exited 𝐼𝐬𝐽𝐬's shop, they encountered a group of people, including castle guards. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 approached, requesting to accompany Izuku during the waves, expressing admiration for his bravery in the previous battle. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude, realizing their longing to fight alongside him. Curiosity sparked within the magician as he spoke about their shared past. He explained that they all hailed from the village of Lute, where Izuku had saved their families from a tragic fate. This gratitude fueled their longing to assist him in any way possible. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 echoed this sentiment, expressing their wish to repay him for his heroism. Izuku acknowledged their intentions but reminded them of the dangers that lay ahead. He emphasized the need for better gear to prepare for the next wave, insisting that he did not want anyone to perish, including them. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 assured him they would gather the necessary funds for improved equipment. As they set off to collect silver pieces, Izuku noticed something unusual about Raphtalia and Eri's levels. He inquired about the stars next to their indicators, prompting 𝐼𝐬𝐽𝐬 to explain that they were ready for class upgrades. Eri, curious, asked what a class upgrade entailed. 𝐼𝐬𝐽𝐬 elaborated that it allowed them to increase their level cap, a privilege granted to those recognized by the court. He mentioned that, as a hero, Izuku had the opportunity, but Eri might not qualify since she was from another world. Izuku understood and asked how they could proceed with the upgrades, learning that they needed to visit the Dragon Hourglass. Determined, Izuku led the girls to the hourglass, prompting Raphtalia to consider her upgrade. He encouraged her to make her own decision, reminding her that after the waves, he and Eri would return home. Raphtalia felt a pang of sadness at the thought of their departure. At the church, Izuku was taken aback by the cost of 15 gold pieces for each upgrade. He reluctantly decided to upgrade Raphtalia first, but the woman at the church informed him that they were forbidden from upgrading the Shield Heroes team due to a royal decree. Frustrated, Izuku took back the money and decided to visit Belukka's tent instead. Upon entering, Belukka's greeted them warmly, expressing gratitude for their business, which had flourished thanks to Izuku's efforts. He mentioned the growing reputation of Izuku's filial queen and how nobles were eager to procure one. The 𝐒𝐿𝐬 then inquired how he could assist them. Izuku explained their predicament regarding class upgrades, noting that they were unable to do so in the current country. The 𝐒𝐿𝐬 informed him that they could apply for upgrades in other nations, specifically mentioning 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐵𝐻, 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐵, and Shieldfrieden, with a recommendation for Shieldfrieden due to its welcoming nature toward humans. Izuku realized that time was of the essence, as they needed to prepare for the next wave. The 𝐒𝐿𝐬 suggested equipping Philo with a weapon, offering her wyvern talents. At a special price. Philo was intrigued but expressed her dislike for dragons. After some negotiation, Izuku agreed to the deal, and Philo received her new weapon. Later, the team ventured into the sewers, where 𝐼𝐬𝐬 commented on the unpleasant smell. They encountered a gator-like monster, which they swiftly defeated. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 celebrated their victory, praising the effectiveness of their new equipment. That night, as they settled into their inn, Izuku reflected on the days leading up to the next wave. He noticed Raphtalia's sadness and inquired if he had upset her. She revealed her fear of losing him and 𝐼𝐬𝐬 once the waves were over. Izuku reassured her, offering her a chance to come with them to his world. Raphtalia's eyes lit up with hope, and she expressed her gratitude. As the days passed, Izuku busied himself crafting accessories for the girls. Soon, they found themselves at a restaurant, where Izuku asked what they wanted to eat. Just then he spotted Itsuki and greeted him warmly, ready to enjoy their meal together. Itsuki asked Izuku how he had been since their last meeting, to which Izuku replied that he was doing well. Itsuki then posed a question about whether Izuku had a female cousin. Confused, Izuku responded negatively, prompting Itsuki to explain that he had saved a girl named 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬 Ivyred, who bore a striking resemblance to Izuku, even sharing his green hair color. Itsuki revealed that strange occurrences had been happening lately, with someone impersonating him. A man had overthrown a tyrant to the north, and the locals mistakenly believed that Itsuki was responsible, leading to their suffering. Izuku expressed concern for the villagers, and Itsuki remarked that they needed to understand the weight of responsibility that came with power. This elicited a chuckle from Izuku and 𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬, who found the statement amusing due to its similarity to a popular saying from Izuku's world. Itsuki then requested Izuku's assistance in helping the suffering townsfolk, to which Izuku readily agreed, suggesting they finish their lunch first. After their meal, they set out to aid the villagers. Itsuki thanked Izuku for his help and then mentioned a job request that had been cancelled, hinting that Izuku might know the cause. Izuku admitted that he had dealt with a dragon's corpse that Ren had neglected, which had led to a terrible epidemic. Itsuki acknowledged the gravity of the situation, and Izuku emphasized the need to prepare for the upcoming wave. Later, 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐬 informed them that he had enhanced Izuku's armor with a dragon core and an auto-repair function, which Izuku praised. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and the others arrived, relieved to find them, and reported that they had gathered 150 silver pieces for armor. Izuku assured them that it would be sufficient and called for a strategy meeting. 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐬 pointed out that his shop wasn't a meeting room, but Izuku offered to pay for its use, which 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐬 accepted. The next day, 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐬 provided potions and leftover weapons as backups, and Raphtalia expressed her gratitude. Izuku noted that they needed to be cautious as they prepared for the wave, and he gifted Raphtalia a bracelet that would enhance her mana generation, which delighted her. 𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬 and Philo also received gifts that would boost their abilities, prompting heartfelt thanks. As the wave commenced, they were transported to the village under attack. A villager was in danger from a goblin, but soldiers intervened just in time. Izuku swiftly dispatched a lizard man that threatened the soldiers, reminding them to stay vigilant. They were surprised to see an elderly woman effortlessly taking down monsters with martial arts. Izuku recognized her as someone he had helped in the past, and she expressed her gratitude for his assistance. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 reported that all villagers had been evacuated, and Izuku resolved to keep the enemies at bay. He noticed that the wave had been ongoing for 3 hours without the other heroes confronting the boss, leading him to wonder if something was hindering them. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 suggested that Izuku should assist the other heroes, and the old lady assured him that she and the younger fighters could handle the village's defense. With his team ready, Izuku, Raphtalia, Philo, and 𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 set off to find Itsuki, 𝐼𝐚, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Upon locating them, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed relief at their arrival and introduced them to 𝐒𝐮𝐬. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that the others were on a ship, and despite his advice to attack the figurehead to summon the Soul Eater, they had not listened. Izuku assured 𝐒𝐮𝐬 that they would help, using his powers to swiftly reach the ship, where they found the other heroes struggling and arguing. This wasn't the moment for arguments. They finally acknowledged the others. Rin called out to Izuku, while Motoyasu suggested he should defend a village. Mine agreed, stating that an incompetent hero who couldn't fight should just step aside. Izuku insisted they needed to stop the wave, or more monsters would continue to appear. Suddenly, his danger sense activated, and he blocked the Skull Captain's attack from behind without even glancing back. He urged everyone to work together as he parried the Skull Captain's strike. Just then, the Kraken attempted to attack, but Izuku countered with a few Delaware smashes, pushing it back. He emphasized that the villagers' lives were at stake and this wasn't a game. Ren acknowledged the urgency, explaining he was attacking the skeleton to spawn the Soul Eater. Motoyasu pointed out that Ren had previously killed it without anything spawning. Ren clarified that they needed to defeat it multiple times for it to work. Their argument continued, and Izuku thought hard about how to spawn the Soul Eater without eliminating the Skull Captain, knowing it would just revive after a few seconds. Then he noticed the Skull Captain's shadow and had an idea. He called for Raphtalia, requesting her light magic. She complied, invoking her power to illuminate their surroundings. Her magic affected the Skull Captain's shadow, revealing its weak point. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku unleashed a Delaware smash, firing an air bullet at the shadow, which released strange energy. Ren, catching on, attacked another shadow, releasing even more energy. Just then, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and his party arrived, announcing that Soul Eaters were spawning everywhere on the ship. All the energy converged, summoning the boss Soul Eater. Ren initiated an attack with Thunderbolt Slash, while 𝐒𝐮𝐬 followed with Thunder Arrow and Motoyasu with Lightning Spear. Their combined effort struck the Soul Eater, but it seemed unaffected. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 turned to Izuku, seeking ideas. Izuku pondered and then called for Philo to cast wind magic. Philo complied, unleashing a fast tornado that actually damaged the Soul Eater. However, it began charging an attack from its mouth. Motoyasu warned they needed to take it down before it unleashed its power. Izuku had a different plan. He used Black Whip to restrain its mouth, causing the attack to backfire. With the Soul Eater momentarily incapacitated, Izuku instructed Philo to attack while he held it down. Philo split into 3 versions of herself, launching a flurry of attacks on the Soul Eater, which was unable to escape the Black Whip. The strategy was effective, but Izuku felt the urgency of time slipping away. Philo expressed concern that they weren't inflicting enough damage. Izuku reassured her, declaring he knew what to do. He pulled back his left arm, which was still using Black Whip, and charged up his power. With determination, he unleashed a powerful Detroit Smash, delivering a devastating blow that defeated the Soul Eater in a single hit, leaving the other heroes astonished. Motoyasu exclaimed in disbelief at Izuku's strength. However, Izuku sensed something else approaching. They all turned to see another Soul Eater spawn, but before he could prepare another attack, a flurry of blades descended from the sky, striking the Soul Eater and defeating it effortlessly. A voice echoed, expressing disappointment at the situation. A figure descended, remarking on the shield hero's ease in dealing with such weak foes while questioning the other hero's abilities. She turned her gaze to Izuku, asking for his name. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and she introduced herself as Glass, declaring herself an enemy. She suggested they begin their confrontation. Izuku charged up his power, warning her that this might not end well for her. Glass smirked, eager to see what would unfold. As Izuku formulated a plan, Glass questioned his hesitation to attack, taunting him to send his companions against her first. Ren and Motoyasu, along with their party, surrounded Glass and unleashed their attacks, but they had no effect. Glass dismissed their efforts, revealing her fans and executing a powerful series of strikes that overwhelmed them. Izuku stepped forward, ready to confront her. Glass expressed her longing for a challenge, and Izuku powered up to 30%. He dashed forward at incredible speed, landing a solid hit on glass, sending her crashing into the ship's mast. She winced in pain, surprised by the strength of his attack. As she prepared to retaliate, Izuku swiftly kicked her from behind, preventing her from unleashing her charge. He explained that he had been observing her attack pattern and realized he could disrupt her charge time. Glass acknowledged his insight, but then transformed her fan into a spear, launching a powerful attack that Izuku easily parried with his shield. She complimented his defense but sensed he was holding back. Izuku clarified that he had no intention of killing her, only defeating her. He struck again, landing a kick that sent her back into the mast. As they fought, the ship began to tremble. Glass noted the imminent time limit, which had arrived sooner than expected. Izuku quickly restrained her with Black Whip and instructed Philo, Raphtalia, and Eri to ensure everyone's safety, asking Itsuki and his companions to assist them. They sprang into action, evacuating Ren, Motoyasu, and their party members to safety. Glass acknowledged Izuku's strength and inquired about the source of his power. He refused to divulge his secret, stating that it was reserved for a select few. Glass conceded defeat in this battle but vowed to win the war. She then emitted a brilliant light and vanished. Izuku was left bewildered, pondering how she had escaped. Izuku needed to reach the others. He leaped off the ship, activating his float ability as he made his way back. Upon joining them, the sky returned to its usual state. Izuku checked on everyone, and Itsuki confirmed that while they were fine, the others had wandered off without a word of thanks. Izuku admitted he hadn't expected any gratitude. Itsuki complimented Izuku on defeating the woman they had faced, and Izuku acknowledged the praise. Afterward, both groups returned to the village to ensure everyone was safe. Izuku shared his growing suspicion that there was more to the waves than they realized. Itsuki agreed but emphasized the need to continue strengthening themselves. With his head lowered, Itsuki expressed his frustration at feeling useless, clenching his fist as he vowed not to let Izuku shoulder all the responsibility. He aspired to be a true hero, capable of helping others rather than being a burden. Izuku encouraged Itsuki to HRSS that motivation and strive for greatness, invoking the motto of their school, Plus Ultra, which meant pushing beyond their limits to reach new heights. Itsuki found inspiration in the motto and resolved to embody it. They celebrated their camaraderie with a high five just as 𝐒𝐬 and another soldier approached. 𝐒𝐬 addressed Izuku as Sir Hero, informing him that he was to report to the royal castle immediately. Confused, Izuku complied. At the castle, King 𝐒𝐬𝐽 acknowledged Izuku's success in handling the wave, albeit begrudgingly. He demanded to know the source of Izuku's remarkable strength. Izuku, however, refused to divulge his secret, explaining that it was a personal matter he had kept hidden even from those he trusted most. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's anger flared, and he threatened Izuku, who remained defiant, using his Black Whip to restrain the guards surrounding him. He made it clear that he would only cooperate with those he trusted, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was not among them. As Izuku turned to leave, 𝐒𝐬𝐽's words about punishing Izuku's companions ignited his fury. He warned the king that any harm done to Raphtalia or his daughters would have severe consequences. Leaving the throne room, Izuku encountered a mysterious woman who praised his recent actions but cautioned him about unseen dangers lurking in the shadows. She advised him to proceed with caution before departing. Meanwhile, far from Izuku's location, someone was eliminating every monster that approached. This figure sought Izuku, determined to find him. Back with Izuku, he sneezed, prompting concern from Raphtalia. He assured her he was fine. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 commented on Izuku's boldness in confronting the king, to which Izuku replied that fighting for loved ones often led to unexpected actions. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 then inquired about class upgrades, noting the difficulty of using the Dragon Hourglass in their current location. Izuku considered traveling to Siltvelt or Shieldfrieden, with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 recommending the latter due to its welcoming nature towards humans and demi-humans. Philo excitedly anticipated the trip, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 prepared their wagon for a swift departure. Izuku expressed a longing to buy a new sword for Raphtalia, but she insisted she had a spare and that they should save money for the long journey. Recognizing her determination, he conceded. Once on the road, Raphtalia praised 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐼𝐻's efficiency, and 𝐼𝐼 echoed her sentiments. As they traveled, the sun began to set, prompting them to stop for a meal. Izuku reflected on how much he enjoyed traveling with his friends, when suddenly 𝐒𝐿𝐷 and a group of guards appeared on horseback. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 approached Izuku with a request to return to the capital and reconcile with King 𝐒𝐿𝐷. Izuku was taken aback, questioning why he should apologize. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 explained that they needed his help to combat the waves, and Izuku assured her he wouldn't abandon the country. Just then, his danger sense alerted him to imminent danger as a guard drew his sword, aiming to attack 𝐒𝐿𝐷. Acting swiftly, Izuku intervened, using his power to send the soldier flying back, saving 𝐒𝐿𝐷 in the process. He demanded to know what the guard was thinking, shocked by the betrayal. Izuku insisted that he was not taking 𝐒𝐿𝐷 hostage, but Soldier 1 accused him of lying. Fellow knights rallied, declaring that justice was theirs and charging at the group. Izuku called out for Raphtalia and Philo, who sprang into action, fending off the soldiers with skill. It wasn't long before the attackers retreated, leaving Soldier 2 to shout for a full retreat. Philo eagerly asked if they could chase them down, but Izuku felt a sense of foreboding and advised against it. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 suddenly collapsed to her knees, prompting 𝐼𝐼 to rush to her side, concerned for her well-being. Izuku urged everyone to leave immediately, and they hurried away. However, their battle had been recorded and manipulated to portray them as villains, forcing them to hide their identities. Despite the false narrative, some individuals recognized the truth. Rishia questioned whether Izuku could truly be responsible, while Itsuki affirmed his innocence, despite not understanding the full extent of his powers. 𝐼𝐼 expressed uncertainty about their next steps, and Itsuki admitted he wasn't as clever as Izuku. Time passed, and the group found refuge in the forest. 𝐼𝐼 lamented that her father was being labeled a devil, to which Izuku responded that he wasn't surprised, given what Raphtalia had shared about the Three Heroes Church. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 noted Izuku's calm demeanor, and he explained that he had faced rejection from civilians before, a part of his past he preferred not to revisit. Raphtalia inquired if the king could be behind their troubles, but Izuku doubted it, believing 𝐒𝐿𝐷 would not risk 𝐒𝐿𝐷's life. He speculated that 𝐒𝐿𝐷 might be the one orchestrating the events, as her jealousy over the throne could drive her to eliminate 𝐒𝐿𝐷. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 was taken aback by the suggestion that her sister could be involved. Izuku reasoned that the knights who attacked them were loyal to the king, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. He sighed, expressing frustration over the many unanswered questions and concluded that they needed to leave the country for their safety. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 resisted, wanting to return to the capital, but Izuku firmly insisted she stay with them for her protection. 𝐼𝐼 asked where they would go, and Izuku replied that they would head to 𝐒𝐿𝐷. After a journey through the mountains, Philo inquired about their wagon, but Izuku explained they couldn't take it through the rough terrain. He promised they would return for it later. They eventually stopped at a cave to rest, and Raphtalia asked why Izuku had chosen 𝐒𝐿𝐷. He explained that it was likely the safest option, given the efforts to prevent them from reaching it. Later, 𝐒𝐿𝐷 asked Izuku about his relationship with her father, expressing confusion over why the shield hero was not treated well. Izuku revealed that he had been falsely accused of a serious crime by her sister, which had led to his mistreatment. Just then, Izuku's danger sense alerted him, and he urged the group to leave quickly. As they moved, the ground gave way beneath 𝐒𝐿𝐷, and Izuku used his powers to save her just in time. However, they were soon spotted by a knight who called for their capture. Izuku asked 𝐒𝐿𝐷 if she could run, and upon her affirmative response, he led the way toward a large rock for cover. He refrained from using his full strength to avoid causing further damage to the area. Upon reaching the rock, they discovered it was a dead end. Motoyasu and Rin confronted them, demanding their surrender. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 tried to clarify that she was safe and that Izuku had protected her. However, Ren was skeptical, believing the situation was a result of Izuku's actions. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 insisted it was a misunderstanding and that someone was plotting against her life, prompting Itsuki to step forward in support of Izuku's innocence. Motoyasu dismissed Itsuki's defense, but Itsuki countered by questioning the logic behind the accusation. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 thanked Itsuki and urged everyone to work together to prevent further conflict, but Mine interrupted, commanding them not to listen. She accused Izuku of possessing a dangerous weapon that could manipulate minds, claiming he had brainwashed Melty and others. Izuku was taken aback by the accusation, and Melty defended him, but Mine insisted that her sister had been influenced. Motoyasu began to connect the dots, believing that Raphtalia, Philo, and 𝐼𝐬𝐬 had also been affected. Itsuki expressed disbelief at such a notion, while Izuku argued that if his shield had such powers, they would not be in their current predicament. Rin demanded proof that Izuku was not lying, and Izuku felt frustrated at the impossibility of proving a negative. Mine called for Melty to come to her, but Izuku stepped in front of her, vowing to protect her from any harm. Mine feigned innocence, but Izuku saw through her deception, determined to keep Melty safe. The longing to become crown princess had driven one to the brink of betrayal, contemplating harm against her own sister. It was a disgrace to the bond of siblings. She claimed to be undoing the so-called brainwashing, but her true intentions were clear. However, a vow was made to protect her sister, and that promise would not be broken. Philo transformed into her filial form, and everyone climbed aboard. With determination, she dashed away from the crowd. Izuku instructed her to prepare for an air strike shield, which he created for her to leap off. She soared onto a large rock and began to glide away. But then, Motoyasu intervened, managing to ensnare Philo with a chain, forcing her to revert to her normal state, causing everyone to tumble down. Philo and 𝐼𝐬𝐬 landed safely away from the others, while Mine summoned a glowing orb into the sky, declaring that backup had arrived, making escape impossible. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 urged Philo to transform again, but the chain held her back. Just then, Motoyasu seized both of them, proclaiming his victory. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 struggled, demanding to be released, while Philo cried out for help. Izuku rushed toward them, only to be blocked by guards, insisting he be allowed through. Mine taunted him, but suddenly, a force struck Motoyasu's shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. The guards rushed to his side, bewildered by the sudden attack. A figure emerged, holding a unique gun adorned with a yellow gem. He identified himself as the vassal gun hero, confronting Motoyasu. The spear hero was taken aback, realizing he had been shot. The vassal gun hero demanded the release of the girls, but Motoyasu refused, claiming they were brainwashed. Itsuki arrived, defending Izuku's innocence, but the vassal gun hero remained silent, instead shooting in front of Motoyasu and kicking him, freeing 𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬 and Philo from his grasp. Motoyasu was outraged, questioning the attack. 𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬 and Philo were confused, asking who their savior was. The vassal gun hero introduced himself as 𝐒𝐬𝐬, Izuku's twin brother. Izuku, finally breaking through the guards, rushed to his daughters, overwhelmed with joy at their safety. He was astonished to see 𝐒𝐬𝐬, who revealed himself by lifting his hat slightly. Izuku's emotions surged as he recognized his brother, and he rushed to embrace him, leaping over the guards with newfound strength. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 was taken aback by Izuku's abilities, realizing he had developed a quirk. 𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬 and Philo were curious about 𝐒𝐬𝐬's identity, and Izuku introduced him as his twin brother. The revelation shocked everyone present, with Mine expressing disbelief at the connection. 𝐒𝐬𝐬, eager to reunite but aware of the danger, urged Izuku to focus on the present threat. He warned the bow hero to step aside as they prepared to confront their foes. Izuku suggested they execute a familiar combined attack, and 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬 agreed. Meanwhile, Raphtalia and Melty expressed their concern for Izuku's safety. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬 demanded an apology from Mine, threatening to unleash their combined power if she refused. Mine stood firm, calling Izuku useless, which ignited 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬's fury. He charged energy into his gun, transforming it into a massive weapon. Izuku, impressed by 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬's training, hopped inside the gun as it charged. With a powerful declaration, they unleashed their ultimate move, a brilliant blast that overwhelmed their opponents, leaving them incapacitated while Izuku remained unharmed. They celebrated their success with a high five before regrouping with Philo and 𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬. As they made their escape, Izuku broke the bracelet off Philo, who cheered in delight. Melty acknowledged 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬's role in finding Izuku, and they soon encountered one of the queen's shadows. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 prepared to confront it, but Izuku intervened, sensing they could trust the shadow. The shadow introduced itself and requested a meeting with the queen, explaining the depth of the troubles they faced. Clover and Izuku agreed to the meeting, realizing they had limited options. The shadow vanished, and they consulted a map to determine the queen's location, noting it was in the opposite direction from 𝐒𝐮𝐬. With renewed determination, they continued their journey, now accompanied by Clover Midoriya, the vassal gun hero. Crossing over to 𝐒𝐮𝐬 would certainly be challenging. It seemed that the Devil of the Shield had abducted Princess Melty and was hiding nearby. Izuku received some supplies from a peddler and decided to give him a tip before heading back to his friends. Clover greeted him with enthusiasm, while Raphtalia inquired about his mission. Izuku shared that it was fortunate they had chosen not to go to 𝐒𝐮𝐬 since the checkpoint had been blocked. Raphtalia, curious about Clover, learned that he was Izuku's twin brother, who had mysteriously disappeared 7 years prior. Clover explained that he had been accidentally transported to this world and had no way to return home. During his journey, he discovered the vassal gun, which worked well with his quirk and could even adjust itself. Clover demonstrated his quirk, producing a yellow glow shaped like a blade from the gun. Izuku was impressed, and Clover expressed his knowledge of Melty, asking how Izuku knew the other three. Izuku introduced Raphtalia, explaining her past and assuring Clover that he treated her well. Clover acknowledged Izuku's character and inquired about the two little girls, learning that 𝐼𝐬 was from their world. As Izuku detailed 𝐼𝐬's quirk and how he adopted both her and Philo, Clover realized he was now an uncle. Just then, Itsuki, Ain, and Rishia approached, and after a brief exchange, they discussed Clover's quirk. Izuku explained that Clover's abilities were tied to his sense of justice, which would not activate if he intended to use them for evil. Itsuki mentioned that he and his party were searching for evidence to prove Izuku's innocence, while Izuku's group was headed to see the queen. After a brief farewell, they parted ways. Later, the party hid behind a tree, observing a gathering of demi-humans. Melty recalled a nobleman in charge of the region who might be able to assist them. She explained that while humans often mistreated demi-humans, some nobles had previously encouraged peaceful relations. However, after the first wave, many nobles who supported this were banished. Clover expressed concern about Melty's father's actions toward demi-humans, prompting Izuku to notice Raphtalia's sad expression. She revealed that her village was in the 𝐒𝐮𝐬 district, which had suffered greatly after the first wave. Melty expressed her sorrow, and Clover encouraged her to seek justice for those affected, not out of guilt, but because it was the right thing to do. Melty promised to help Raphtalia and thanked her for sharing her story. Izuku expressed his growing trust in Melty, who was pleased by his words. They then discussed the nobleman Melty knew, wondering if he could be trusted. Just then, a man with blue hair approached them, introducing himself as Van 𝐼𝐼𝐬, the reigning lord of the region. He welcomed them and suggested they discuss matters at his home. Izuku agreed, and they all followed Van to his house to explain their situation. Van listened attentively, ready to assist them. After escaping the forces of Melromark, Izuku found himself in a new domain. Van informed him that the knights had accused him of starting a wildfire in the forest to cover his tracks. Clover expressed surprise at the news of the forest being burnt down, realizing that they had been too focused on catching up over the 7 years to notice. Van dismissed the knights' claims, revealing that he had been patrolling the area out of concern for Princess Melty. 2 maids entered with food, and Van offered them a chance to rest. As they enjoyed their meal, Philo excitedly declared it was time to eat, grabbing a piece of food. Izuku and Raphtalia reminded her to use utensils, leading Clover to realize that Izuku and Raphtalia had feelings for each other. Despite the light-hearted atmosphere, Izuku mentioned they would need to leave the next morning to avoid being found. Melty expressed disappointment, wishing for more time to rest. Izuku shared a story about staying awake for an entire week, which surprised Clover. Van noted Melty's growth since traveling with the shield hero, prompting Clover to make a joking remark that Izuku quickly silenced with a gesture. After finishing their meal, they prepared for bed. Philo and 𝐼𝐬 marveled at the comfort of the beds, while Izuku remained anxious about the village's safety. Raphtalia offered to keep watch, but Izuku insisted he could handle it. Clover suggested they keep watch together, which both agreed to. As the night wore on, Raphtalia fell asleep on Izuku's shoulder, causing him to blush. However, she soon stirred with a nightmare, and Izuku comforted her, only for her to wake up startled. She blushed when she realized he had been hugging her. Just then, Izuku's danger sense alerted him to trouble. He opened the curtains to see the village lord being taken away, and Raphtalia questioned why Van was being captured. A maid rushed in, urging them to leave as a nobleman accused them of hiding. Izuku quickly woke everyone up, and they followed the maid to the kitchen, where they had to hide from guards. As two soldiers confronted the maid, Melty boldly declared her identity and demanded they let her go. The soldiers hesitated, and a familiar voice interrupted, revealing idol Raphtalia, who had a complicated history with Melty's father. Raphtalia feigned concern for Melty's safety but demanded to know where the shield hero was hiding. Melty insisted that Izuku had escaped and vowed to clear his name. Raphtalia agreed to arrange for her journey but ordered his soldiers to take her away, leaving Raphtalia seething with anger. Izuku urged her to stay calm, knowing they couldn't let Melty's efforts be in vain. The next morning, Eri and Philo pleaded for help to save Melty. Izuku reassured them that they would rescue her, and Clover expressed his support for the mission. They set off towards Raphtalia's village under the cover of night. As they approached, Izuku asked Raphtalia about her history with Raphtalia, but Clover reminded them that time was of the essence. If anyone wanted to stay behind, they could. Raphtalia reassured everyone that she was no longer afraid now that she had her sword. Suddenly, they heard commotion from the demi-humans. Philo asked what was happening, and Raphtalia explained that the demi-humans who loved their lord must have come for him. Izuku then declared that he had a plan. While the demi-humans distracted the guards, they would sneak into the mansion. Clover agreed, and they all hopped onto Philo, who took off towards Raphtalia's location. As they ran, the soldiers spotted them. Clover confidently stated that he would handle it and managed to take down every soldier that tried to attack. The team rushed inside Raphtalia's mansion, but Raphtalia suddenly pulled on Philo's reins when she noticed stairs leading downwards. Izuku asked if something was down there, and Raphtalia confirmed that it was very important. Izuku insisted they help Melty first but promised they would investigate the stairs afterward. Raphtalia nodded in agreement. Some soldiers found them, but Izuku quickly wrapped them up in Black Whip and slammed them to the ground, demanding to know where Melty was. The soldiers revealed everything. They continued through the mansion, breaking down walls until they found Melty and Raphtalia. Eri rushed to Melty, asking if she was okay. Melty assured them she was fine, but just as she was about to run to them, Raphtalia grabbed her by the hair and pointed his sword at her, threatening her not to move or he would harm her. Izuku, unfazed, remarked that standing still was easy. He held his hand in a flicking position while Clover aimed his gun at Raphtalia's hand. With a powerful move, Izuku unleashed a Delaware smash, causing Raphtalia to release Melty. Philo then kicked him against the wall. Melty expressed her gratitude, and Izuku affirmed that they had come to save her, as that was what heroes did. Raphtalia, furious, accused them of mocking him and declared that their insolence would be paid for with death. Raphtalia stepped forward, and despite Raphtalia striking her with his WHP, she showed no signs of pain. No matter how many times he hit her, she stood firm until, with determination, she slashed the WHP apart. Raphtalia, now fearful, fell to the ground, begging for mercy and offering anything in exchange for his life. Raphtalia, tears in her eyes, reminded him of the many demi-humans who had begged for their lives before him, but it had never been enough. She recalled the horrors he had inflicted in his underground chamber, and Izuku realized the weight of her words. Raphtalia, in disbelief, questioned her identity, revealing his disdain for demi-humans. He foolishly claimed that they would all be dead if he hadn't taken them in. Raphtalia, filled with rage, declared that she would never forget the atrocities he committed. Despite his pathetic pleas, she remained resolute, raising her sword but hesitating when Clover intervened, reminding her that killing him would make her no better than him. Raphtalia lowered her sword, acknowledging that while she would never forgive him, she chose to let him live so he could atone for his sins. Raphtalia, enraged, drew his sword and lunged at her, but she blocked his attack. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed her injured arm, causing her to drop her sword. However, she quickly summoned her mana sword and struck him in the chest. Raphtalia cursed her, kicking her leg and causing her to fall. He proclaimed that demi-humans did not deserve to live, but in his moment of arrogance, he tripped over his own WHP and fell out the window, crashing to the ground below. Izuku and Clover shared a laugh at his embarrassing defeat. Izuku rushed to help Raphtalia up, checking if she was all right. She confirmed she was fine. Meanwhile, Van expressed his gratitude to Izuku for saving his life. As the fight unfolded, Izuku had managed to rescue Van. Melty asked if Van was hurt, and he reassured her he was fine. Melty then used her healing abilities on him. Van suggested it was time to escape, but Izuku insisted they had to free the other demi-humans trapped in the underground chamber first. They made their way down, and Clover remarked on the dismal state of the place, questioning why the captor hadn't provided any comforts for the prisoners. Izuku reflected on how Raphtalia had once been trapped there, understanding her nightmares. Van spotted a survivor, prompting them to hurry over and find a trapped demi-human. Izuku activated his power, tearing the cell door off its hinges with ease. Clover marveled at his newfound strength, curious about how he had gained it. Izuku promised to explain later, along with Raphtalia and Philo, while Melty expressed her longing to be included in the secret. Izuku assured her he trusted her but emphasized the importance of keeping it hidden for now. Van rushed into the cell to help the demi-human, and Melty began healing them. Philo then called out that there was someone else nearby, and 𝐼𝐬 expressed sympathy for the trapped individual. Raphtalia was shocked to find 𝐒𝐬 alive. She rushed in, cutting 𝐒𝐬's chains and embracing her. 𝐒𝐬, confused, questioned who Raphtalia was. Raphtalia reminded her of their past adventures, recounting moments that only they shared. Clover listened, amazed at the bond they had. 𝐒𝐬 finally recognized her, overwhelmed with joy at the reunion. She then noticed the others and asked who they were. Raphtalia reassured her that she was now traveling with the shield hero, who was there to save them all. Izuku offered to check 𝐒𝐬's wounds, ready to help in any way he could. Taking her hand, Izuku used his healing magic to restore her. 𝐒𝐬 expressed her surprise, realizing that all the stories she had heard about him were indeed true. She began to cough, and Raphtalia checked on her, asking if she was all right. 𝐒𝐬 confirmed she was fine but mentioned that she had been thinking about Raphtana, who would have wanted to see Izuku. Raphtalia then inquired about Raphtana's whereabouts, and Clover, confused, asked who Raphtana was. Raphtalia explained that Raphtana was her best friend and wondered if she was still there. 𝐒𝐬 glanced to the left, and Raphtalia rushed to Raphtana's cell, with Izuku following closely behind. Upon reaching her, Izuku heard Raphtalia crying, and he understood the reason for her distress. All that remained of Raphtana was her skeleton. She was gone. Melty expressed her disbelief at the monstrous deeds that could occur in such a place. Van, reluctantly, noted that similar atrocities happened throughout the country. Melty was in denial, but Van explained that this was why they needed Sayet. Clover then interrupted, indicating they had a more pressing issue. Raphtalia listened intently as Clover warned that if they saw Izuku's face, they would understand the gravity of the situation. They turned to look at Izuku, who was breathing heavily and gritting his teeth. Something within him reacted to Raphtalia's tears, and his love for her increased. Clover urged everyone to get away from Izuku immediately. He grabbed Raphtalia and pulled her away just as smoke erupted around them and Black Whip went wild. Melty shouted in confusion, and Clover explained that Raphtalia had broken the golden rule of the Midoriyas: never make a Midoriya angry. Izuku, filled with rage, called out Raphthalia's name, vowing to make him pay. Before anyone could intervene, Izuku dashed out of the chamber. 𝐒𝐬 questioned if this was bad, and Clover assured him it was not for them, but for Raphtalia, who would face Izuku's wrath, a lesson he would never forget. Meanwhile, Raphtalia called upon his supreme power, causing the ground to tremble. Clover and the others realized that Raphtalia was attempting to remove the seal from a stone monument built by great heroes to contain monsters. Raphtalia boasted that he had unleashed the tyrant dragon Rex and that once he defeated Izuku, he would be blessed by God. However, Izuku charged in front of the dragon and struck it with all his might, sending it flying away. 𝐒𝐬 was astonished by Izuku's strength, while Clover expressed his confusion. 𝐒𝐬, terrified, stumbled back and pleaded for mercy, but before he could finish, Izuku seized him by the throat. Confronted 𝐒𝐬 about the suffering he had caused, asking if torturing innocent beings brought him joy. 𝐒𝐬 was too frightened to respond. Izuku continued, expressing his disdain for 𝐒𝐬's actions and the pain he inflicted on others. In a fit of rage, Izuku unleashed a series of blows on 𝐒𝐬, ensuring he felt the same suffering he had caused. He declared that while he could kill 𝐒𝐬, he would instead ensure he faced punishment for his actions, especially for making Raphtalia cry. Izuku inflicted pain on 𝐒𝐬 until he finally lost consciousness. Just then, Raphtalia hugged Izuku from behind, urging him to stop. He paused, calming down, and apologized for his actions. Raphtalia reassured him that 𝐒𝐬 deserved it, but Izuku lamented his failure to save Raphtalia, feeling like a failure as a hero. 𝐒𝐬 insisted that he was not a failure, reminding him that he had saved them and that Raphtalia would want him to move on. Clover encouraged Izuku, patting him on the back, and then decided to deal with 𝐒𝐬. Clover dragged 𝐒𝐬's unconscious body to a cell that still had its door intact and locked him inside. 𝐒𝐬 awoke, confused and demanding to be let out. Clover, twirling the key, told him that he would experience the same captivity he had inflicted on others. 𝐒𝐬 protested, but Clover reminded him of the golden rule of the Midoriyas: never make a Midoriya angry. He left 𝐒𝐬 in the cell, stating that he would never see the light of day again. Clover then exited, using his powers to collapse the entrance and vaporize the key, ensuring 𝐒𝐬 was trapped. He returned to Izuku and the others, declaring that everything was taken care of. Philo asked what he had done, and Clover simply stated that 𝐒𝐬 would no longer be a problem. Izuku rallied everyone to leave, unaware that someone was watching them. The group discovered the remains of the tyrant dragon Rex while Van skirted the freed demi-humans back to safety, determined to prevent a repeat of past horrors. Izuku used parts of the dragon's remains to enhance his shield. Clover also aimed his gun. Izuku wondered if the vassal gun could absorb materials as well. Clover confirmed that it could and asked what they should do next. Izuku suggested vaporizing the rest of the tyrant dragon Rex's remains, to which Clover confidently agreed. He unleashed his Justice Blast, effectively vaporizing the dragon's remains. Just then, a swarm of Philolials appeared, surrounding them. Clover expressed surprise at their sudden arrival, while Melty noted the sheer number of them. Izuku pondered what to call the gathering, whether it was a flock, herd, or pack. Clover admitted he didn't know. Suddenly, a voice called out to them, addressing the shield hero. Izuku checked if anyone else heard it, and everyone nodded in agreement. Then, something enormous emerged from the water and landed before them. Clover exclaimed that it was the largest Philolial he had ever seen, and Melty identified it as the Philolial Queen. Philo remarked on her beauty, while 𝐼𝐬 noted that she was as large as the T-Rex dragon. The Philolial Queen introduced herself, stating that she had much to discuss with the shield hero but needed to change forms first. After shrinking down, she introduced herself as Fitoria, the queen of all Philolials. Melty recognized her, recalling that a hero from centuries ago had raised a Philolial named Fitoria. Clover was surprised to learn about the history, and Izuku asked if Fitoria had inherited the name. Fitoria clarified that the name had always belonged to her. Philo wondered if she would ever grow as large as Fitoria, to which 𝐼𝐬 expressed hope that she wouldn't. Fitoria explained that if Philo were to grow to her size, it would take many times longer than a normal Philolial's lifespan. Clover was astonished by the implication of her age, prompting Izuku to remind him that such questions were inappropriate. Fitoria acknowledged their party and asked for their names. Izuku introduced himself, followed by Raphtalia and Philo, who excitedly introduced herself as Philo Midoriya. Fitoria noted that 𝐼𝐬 did not resemble a Philolial, but 𝐼𝐬 affirmed her sisterly bond with Philo. Fitoria recognized Melty and thanked her for her previous assistance. Melty explained that she had met Fitoria during a diplomatic trip. Clover introduced himself as Izuku's twin brother, which surprised Victoria. Izuku then inquired about the purpose of Victoria's visit. She explained that their current location was not ideal for a discussion and suggested they move to a more comfortable place. She also mentioned the curse series, causing Izuku and Clover to flinch. Izuku admitted to using it once and vowed never to do so again, while Clover expressed his commitment to avoid them due to their dire consequences. Victoria urged them to maintain that mindset and instructed them to board her wagon. Once inside, they were transported to a set of ancient ruins. Izuku marveled at the remnants of history, while Raphtalia imagined the stories behind them. Philo dismissed the ruins as a dump, but Clover insisted it was a significant historical site. Victoria explained that these ruins were remnants of the civilization defended by the original heroes. Although they had been in this state for ages, she now kept watch over them. Melty recognized the place as a philolial sanctuary, and Victoria confirmed that she was not supposed to bring humans there. Philo's stomach growled, prompting Victoria to suggest they rest for a while. Izuku agreed, acknowledging the need for a break after everything that had happened. Eri and Philo cheered, while Melty noted the long day they had experienced. Raphtalia wondered about Keel and the other children, and Izuku reassured her that they were likely fine with Van's company. He then decided it was time to prepare some food. As they began to eat, Philo excitedly declared it was time to dig in, but the other Philolials watched them intently. Melty found the attention awkward, and Raphtalia felt guilty. Izuku set down his plate, realizing he needed to help. He started preparing more food for the Philolials, pleased that they enjoyed his cooking. Victoria then requested to speak with Izuku. She wanted to know how the tyrant dragon Rex had been released from its seal. Izuku explained that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was responsible for its release and asked if that was the reason for her visit. Victoria clarified that she had come because a new candidate for the next queen had been found, which Izuku realized referred to Philo. He noted that Philo's growth had been unusual compared to other Philolials, but Victoria explained that it was due to Izuku, a hero, raising her. As they walked, Victoria expressed her dismay at the constant squabbling among the cardinal heroes with the next wave approaching. Izuku insisted that he hadn't wanted the conflict. Victoria reminded him that the shield hero had always been shunned by human supremacist countries. Izuku acknowledged this and mentioned their efforts to cross the border. Victoria cautioned that leaving would not resolve the issues and emphasized the importance of unity among heroes, regardless of the tensions between humans and demi-humans. Izuku sighed, admitting that trust was a significant obstacle. He explained that he trusted Itsuki, the bow hero, more than the others, especially Ren, the sword hero, who he trusted enough to fight alongside. However, he had no trust for Motoyasu, the spear hero. From the beginning, he labeled her a loser, compelled her to fight, attempted to confront her in a public setting, imposed an exorbitant toll on villagers, endangered many civilians with a monstrous plant, and sought to take away her beloved daughters. Trust was simply not an option. Even if she were inclined to trust him, he would not reciprocate. She could certainly collaborate with Itsuki, and there was a good chance of working alongside Ren. But with Motoyasu, that was out of the question. She understood that the cardinal heroes were meant to unite, and genuinely wished to do so. However, her past with Motoyasu made it impossible. Victoria found this situation unacceptable. Izuku acknowledged her feelings but pointed out that trust was a two-way street, and neither of them trusted the other. The fact that Motoyasu had attempted to take Philo and Eri only worsened matters. Victoria recognized that Izuku had made up his mind. It had been a long time, several lifetimes, in fact, since she could recall anything clearly. Yet, she remembered what she needed to do. If the heroes were battling one another instead of confronting the waves of catastrophe, she had no choice but to eliminate all four of them. With that, she took to the skies. Izuku was determined not to let that happen. The next day, everyone was gathered for a meal, but Izuku was too preoccupied with Victoria's words to eat. Clover checked in on him, and just then, Victoria appeared at their table. She placed her hand in front of Melty and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, sending the table flying and trapping Melty in a swirling blue wind prison. Izuku called out to Melty, who was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Clover warned her not to touch the prison, explaining that the wind was sharp and dangerous. Eri demanded to know what Victoria was doing to Melty. Victoria expressed her regret but stated that she needed to take Melty as a hostage. Clover questioned Victoria's motives, and Victoria insisted that she needed Izuku's promise to reconcile with the spear hero. Philo protested, calling Victoria a meanie and demanding Melty's release. Izuku reiterated that trust was lacking between them, especially since Motoyasu still viewed him with suspicion. Clover burst into laughter, finding the notion of Izuku being a 𝐼𝐴 absurd, claiming her brother was more of a cinnamon roll than anything else. Izuku pressed Victoria for her reasoning behind wanting them to work together. Victoria explained that she had made a promise long ago to the hero who raised her. For the world to survive, the cardinal heroes needed to unite against the waves. She pleaded with him. Izuku assured her that he would do anything to protect the world, even if he didn't trust Motoyasu. However, he doubted Motoyasu would ever work with him. Victoria warned that if they could not cooperate, new heroes would be summoned, meaning the current heroes would need to be removed. Izuku realized she was serious. Victoria clarified that if they reconciled, she would not have to take such drastic measures. Despite this, Izuku felt it was impossible, and taking Melty hostage would not change that. If Victoria truly wanted to fight, he activated One for All, ready to defend himself. Victoria acknowledged his feelings and offered him a chance. If he could prove that he and his party could defeat the Waves of Catastrophe without help from the other heroes, she would let them live. Izuku agreed to the challenge, but Victoria revealed she was already aware of his abilities, especially after he had defeated the tyrant dragon Rex with a single kick. She then pointed at Philo and Eri, declaring that they must fight her. Philo questioned why they were chosen, and Victoria explained that if they could demonstrate their strength, she would release Melty and refrain from harming the other heroes for the time being. Eri, though confused, understood that if they defeated Victoria, their father would be safe and Melty would be freed. Philo eagerly accepted the challenge, and Victoria announced that she would fight them in her human form, asking them to maintain their own forms as well. Philo donned the gloves given to her by 𝐼𝐴, while Eri put on the boots that enhanced her leg strength. Eri reminded Philo of their father's and uncle's capabilities, and they resolved to showcase their sisterly power. As Victoria prepared for battle, a pink dome encased them. Philo charged at Victoria, attempting to kick her, but Victoria evaded effortlessly. She then seized Philo, and when Eri tried to intervene, Victoria tossed them both into the air. Philo managed to grab Eri, allowing them to fly, but they soon realized Victoria had vanished. Eri's eyes widened as she spotted Victoria behind them, but it was too late. Victoria struck them down, and Izuku shouted for her to stop. Eri complained of the pain, while Philo expressed her distress over the situation. Eri suggested they use their wits, whispering a plan to Philo. Philo, channeling her power, summoned 2 tornadoes to attack Victoria, but Victoria countered with ease. As Victoria advanced, she caught Philo off guard and sent her crashing into a wall. Eri seized the moment to kick Victoria with a powerful lightning-infused strike, pushing her back. Eri rushed to check on Philo, who was hurt but grateful for her sister's support. Victoria acknowledged the strength of Eri's kick, noting how she had distracted her to land a blow and heal Philo's injuries. Victoria began to absorb the mana in the air, prompting Clover to express concern. Izuku urged Philo and Eri to analyze Victoria's attacks, believing in their potential. They nodded in agreement, and Philo took Eri's hand as they charged their magic together. Victoria taunted them, but they remained determined to defeat her, their combined magic glowing with power. They leaped toward Victoria, who raised a barrier. With determination, Philo and Eri unleashed their combined attack, breaking through the barrier and landing their strikes on Victoria. Izuku expressed his pride in their efforts, celebrating their resilience and commitment to growing stronger to protect everyone. Victoria, acknowledging their strength, declared that they had earned Melty's freedom, revealing that they had surpassed her expectations. As Melty rushed to her friends and embraced them, Izuku praised the girls for their remarkable performance. Victoria then assisted in mending the damage caused during the battle, confirming that the trial had been a serious test of their abilities. Clover questioned the validity of Victoria's challenge, noting the shield hero's impressive strength. Vittoria explained that the stakes had been high, as failure would have resulted in dire consequences. Vittoria then materialized a crown, which she intended as a reward for their success. Izuku, concerned about Philo's potential future as Vittoria's successor, expressed his longing to take her home with him. Vittoria, understanding Izuku's intentions, offered a different crown that would grant the same benefits without binding Philo to this world. Gratefully, Philo accepted the crown, which magically transformed her appearance, much to Eri's delight. Vittoria presented Eri with a bracelet as a reward for her accomplishments alongside Philo. Upon wearing it, Eri transformed into a Philolial, though her horn remained. Vittoria explained that the bracelet granted her the ability to change forms at will. Eri, excited by her new ability, quickly learned how to revert to her original state. Vittoria then offered gifts to both Izuku and Clover, enhancing their weapons with her magic. Clover expressed gratitude, while Izuku acknowledged the potential these upgrades held, especially with Eri's new honorary Philolial status. Vittoria then requested a private conversation with Izuku, which raised some concern. Melty, curious about Vittoria's earlier actions, learned that her hostage situation had been part of the test. Vittoria, feeling remorseful, offered to fulfill any wish Melty had, which turned out to be a longing for a fun experience riding on Vittoria's back. Later, Vittoria suggested they take a moment to rest before continuing their journey, and Izuku agreed. As they prepared to leave, Philo and Eri transformed and followed along, with Eri adjusting to her new form with her sister's support. That night, Izuku inquired about Vittoria's intentions regarding the spear hero. He expressed his doubts about reconciling with him due to Mind's influence. Vittoria emphasized the importance of unity among the cardinal heroes, warning that their absence could jeopardize their world. She encouraged Izuku to confront the spear hero, as it was crucial for their mission. Izuku resolved to fight for the people rather than the world, believing that true heroism meant being a source of safety and inspiration. Vittoria smiled, recognizing the weight of his decision. Raphtalia and Melty expressed their gratitude for Vittoria's assistance, acknowledging the joy Philo and Eri found in their new roles. As they continued their journey, they encountered a guarded wall that marked the border. Raphtalia assessed their options, suggesting a detour that would take longer but could lead them to the spear hero. Izuku decided they should approach the checkpoint directly, hoping to persuade Motoyasu to allow them passage without conflict. They approached the checkpoint, where Motoyasu awaited, ready to discuss their intentions. Motoyasu confronted Izuku, accusing him of betrayal and calling him the devil of the shield. He attempted to attack, but Izuku blocked the strike with his shield. Izuku pleaded for Motoyasu to listen, but Motoyasu refused, insisting that he would not heed the words of someone who used a brainwashing shield to control Philo, Raphtalia, and Eri. Izuku sighed, frustrated by the repetition of the accusation. Motoyasu declared that he understood his purpose for being summoned, to stop Izuku. He unleashed a powerful attack, but Izuku effortlessly defended against it. Motoyasu, growing more agitated, questioned why Izuku was still standing and accused him of being heartless, claiming that Ren and Itsuki's lives meant nothing to him. Izuku was taken aback by the accusation, confused by Motoyasu's anger. Motoyasu's fury escalated as he accused Izuku of murder, causing Izuku's eyes to widen in shock. He parried the spear, pushing Motoyasu back slightly. Clover sensed the tension and warned of the impending danger. Izuku, overwhelmed by the news of Ren and Itsuki's deaths, shouted in rage, vowing to find their killer and make them pay. Motoyasu, still in disbelief, struggled to comprehend the situation. Mine urged him to attack, but Clover cautioned against it, reminding him of Izuku's previous display of power. Just then, Izuku's danger sense alerted him to a massive beam of light descending upon them. He quickly used Black Whip to protect everyone, declaring that no one would die on his watch as he summoned a shield prison to contain them. As the beam struck, Izuku unleashed a powerful punch, destroying the attack and creating a large crater. Clover checked on everyone, relieved to find them unharmed. Motoyasu questioned what had just occurred, while Mine speculated about the source of Izuku's strength. They were interrupted by the sound of slow clapping, revealing the Pope, who commended Izuku for facing judgment head-on. The Pope proclaimed that the shield hero must be punished for deceiving the people and vowed to purify him in the name of God. Mine protested, pointing out the danger the Pope had just posed to the next queen and the spear hero. The Pope dismissed her concerns, stating that the world would be told a different story, one that painted Izuku as a villain responsible for the deaths of the heroes. Motoyasu demanded an explanation, but the Pope continued, asserting that those marked for death would bring about a world aligned with God's desires. Raphtalia expressed her disbelief at the Pope's insanity, while Melty noted the twisted logic behind his words. The Pope declared that a new government would replace the royal family, condemning the heroes as impostors who had caused more harm than good. Motoyasu attempted to defend his actions, insisting he had only wanted to help, but the Pope dismissed his claims, attributing the heroes' downfall to their arrogance. Izuku, filled with rage, confronted the Pope, accusing him of being responsible for the deaths of Ren and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷𝐿. The Pope laughed, stating that the entertainment had come to an end and revealed a special sword, declaring that both Motoyasu and Izuku would face purification. Melty warned everyone about the sword's danger as the Pope unleashed a massive beam of light. Izuku, fueled by anger, blocked the attack with his shield. The Pope acknowledged Izuku's resilience but proclaimed that the time for testing had arrived. The sword transformed into a spear, shocking Clover and Melty, who recognized it as a replica of the Cardinal Weapons. Raphtalia questioned how such a replica could exist, while Melty explained that someone had once sought to duplicate the legendary weapons for personal gain, but the knowledge had been lost to time. Motoyasu wondered if using that weapon was cheating, seeking confirmation from Mine, who was equally perplexed. Melty noted that the church likely kept the weapon's existence a secret, raising questions about the true motives behind summoning the four heroes. She explained that the weapon required immense mana to wield, adding another layer of complexity to their dire situation. The earlier swing had drained numerous mages of their energy. Clover felt a sense of dread. Pope acknowledged Princess Melty's intelligence, noting her education and contrasting it with her sister's scheming nature. He proclaimed that the mana needed for the legendary weapon would be willingly provided by the believers gathered in the name of God. The war they fought was a holy crusade against the devil of the shield, and he urged everyone to offer their prayers to the weapon imbued with divine power, promising to rid the world of the false spear hero and the devil of the shield. The churchgoers complied. Clover expressed concern about Izuku's anger, which hindered their ability to devise a plan. Melty admitted she had no ideas for dealing with the believers. Motoyasu, filled with indignation, accused the Pope of manipulation and selfishness, vowing to punish him as a cardinal hero. Clover questioned Motoyasu's theatrics, but he remained resolute, declaring his intent to avenge his friends. He unleashed a fiery attack, but the Pope effortlessly blocked it with a barrier, laughing at their efforts. Clover noted the barrier's presence, and Melty suggested they needed to find a way to disable it. 𝐼𝐬 proposed cutting off the mana supply, which Clover agreed could work. Motoyasu, feeling the weight of the situation, turned to Izuku for assistance, who reluctantly agreed to help. As the smoke cleared, Izuku was determined to make the Pope pay, prompting a sigh of relief from Clover. Motoyasu's party empowered his spear with fire, and he launched a powerful attack, but it failed to penetrate the Pope's defenses. The Pope dismissed their efforts, claiming they were disgraceful for resisting God's judgment. Motoyasu attempted another attack, but the barrier held strong. The Pope boasted about the barrier's strength and prepared to counterattack. Izuku intervened with a series of rapid strikes that dispelled the fire aimed at them. Motoyasu protested the unfairness of the Pope's tactics, but the Pope remained confident in his power. Just then, Ren and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷𝐿 joined the fray, launching their own attacks that managed to break through the barrier. Everyone was relieved to see them alive, and Izuku expressed his gratitude. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷𝐿 and Ren explained their investigation into the church, revealing they had uncovered a hidden file about a replica of the Cardinal Weapons. Their curiosity had led them into danger, but they were saved by a group called the Shadows, who claimed to serve the Queen. Izuku was glad they were safe, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷𝐿 rallied them to continue the fight. As Ren dodged an attack from the Pope, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷𝐿 launched another strike that broke through the defenses. Ren clashed with the Pope, pushing him back, while the Pope acknowledged the toll on his mana. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 revealed that reinforcements from the Queen would soon arrive, prompting a demand for surrender from the Church. However, the Pope rallied his followers, insisting that their faith would lead them to victory, regardless of the odds. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was baffled by the clergy's unwavering belief, while Ren suggested they teach them a lesson. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 turned to Izuku for a plan, and Izuku proposed that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 provide magical support while the others focused on long-range attacks. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 interrupted, feeling excluded from the strategy. Clover sighed at the unfolding chaos. Izuku challenged 𝐒𝐮𝐬's blind trust in Mine, who defended herself against accusations of manipulation. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 pointed out the truth, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 defended his choices. Izuku urged them to think critically, recalling his own past betrayals. Ren, feeling the weight of the conversation, was reminded of the consequences of their actions, as Izuku highlighted the impact of their decisions in battle. The tension among them was palpable, but they knew they had to unite against the common enemy before them. Their remains do not linger to decay. But one must remember, this is not a game. There are consequences, and we cannot simply reset and try again. Do you understand? 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reflected on the situation, realizing that Izuku had been the one to clean up the chaos they had created. Both he and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 were the reasons they found themselves in this predicament. Izuku expressed his frustration, pointing out the trouble 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had caused with the sealed seed, which everyone knew was dangerous yet still trusted him with. This trust in heroes was misplaced. They were expected to help, not harm. Izuku sighed, noting how fortunate they were not to be in his world where a figure named 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was still alive. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 asked about 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and Izuku explained he would elaborate later. He continued, emphasizing that the people were growing weary of heroes like them. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 lamented that the one truly doing his job well was being treated like a villain, despite being a genuine hero at heart, regardless of his powers. The Pope interjected, unable to bear the sight of their infighting in the face of danger. He declared their disgraceful behavior exemplified the need for immediate purification. The conflict had given them time to gather enough mana, and he bid farewell to the false heroes, including the Devil of the Shield, as he charged his spear. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 cried out in alarm, realizing the Pope was preparing to attack again, while Raphtalia warned Izuku to be cautious. The Pope unleashed his attack, but Izuku effortlessly blocked it. He confronted Ren and 𝐒𝐮𝐬, stating they were not much different from the Pope, using people for their own gain while claiming to uphold justice without regard for the consequences. Even worse, they attempted to take what was dear to him. Taking a deep breath, Izuku revealed he had a new plan involving all four of them, a promise made to Fitoria that he intended to keep. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed concern, but Izuku assured him they could overcome anything together, referencing their previous teamwork with Clover. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 agreed, and the Pope scoffed at their alliance, deeming it foolish and stating they deserved to be completely purged. The clergy prayed for divine intervention as the Pope prepared a powerful group defense magic called Cathedral. A massive green dome enveloped them, and the Pope welcomed them to his sanctuary, declaring it would be their final resting place. Izuku announced it was time to execute his plan, and when 𝐒𝐮𝐬 inquired about it, Izuku explained he would use one of his powers on them, but they would have a time limit of 5 minutes. Ren questioned the necessity of involving them, and Izuku clarified that they needed to act quickly before they froze up. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 protested, worried they would be vulnerable, but Izuku revealed his power called Gear Shift, which allowed him to alter the speed and velocity of whatever he touched, defying the laws of inertia. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was astonished at the implications of such power, and Izuku explained it was originally limited to small objects but had now been enhanced to operate on a cellular level, although it would be too much for them to handle after 5 minutes. Ren asked if the speed boost would be sufficient, and Izuku expressed confidence, adding that he had a backup plan. The question remained whether they were willing to take the risk. 𝐒𝐮𝐬, seeing no other option, agreed, and Ren decided to trust Izuku's plan. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was ready to proceed, and Izuku instructed everyone to join hands. As they did, he activated Gear Shift, Transmission, his hand glowing blue as a blue outline surrounded the other heroes. With determination, Izuku urged them to attack, and they surged forward at incredible speeds, moving so quickly that the Pope struggled to keep up. 𝐒𝐬𝐃𝐿 attacked from behind, moving his spear repeatedly, forcing the Pope to defend himself. Rin attempted to strike from above, but the Pope narrowly dodged. Izuku created multiple air strike shields for 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to bounce off, allowing him to unleash a barrage of arrows at the Pope, who was hit despite his efforts to block. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 realized their attacks were ineffective due to the clergy's healing efforts. They needed to strike decisively. Izuku, sensing the urgency, called for a clear shot. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 took off at high speed, launching arrows from behind the Pope, while 𝐒𝐬𝐃𝐿 and Rin flanked him. The Pope dismissed their efforts, but Izuku prepared to unleash his full power, calling out for second gear, third gear, and finally, top gear. The Pope was sent flying, and 𝐒𝐬𝐃𝐿 and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 were astonished at the display of power. Izuku activated gear shift, overdrive, and the Pope pleaded for him to stop, but Izuku insisted it was better this way. He prepared for a decisive blow, declaring Detroit Smash. The Pope attempted to block with his shield, but the force of Izuku's punch broke through, sending him crashing to the ground. Clover cheered, and the cathedral dome vanished. The cardinal heroes celebrated their victory, but then their bodies froze up. 𝐒𝐬𝐃𝐿 groaned, realizing time was up, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 commended Izuku for his efforts. Just then, the queen arrived, declaring the battle was over and demanding their surrender. Izuku was taken aback, and the queen introduced herself as 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬, the sovereign ruler of 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬. Izuku requested her assistance, explaining their predicament, and she nodded, helping them to his wagon. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 complimented Izuku on his impressive power, and Izuku agreed, acknowledging the need for rest. As he settled down, he soon fell asleep, unaware that he was not alone. Raphtalia was nestled close to him, causing a bright blush to spread across his cheeks. As she stirred awake, she exclaimed that Izuku was up and hurried out of the room to gather the others. Soon, she returned with 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and his party, along with Clover, Philo, Eri, Melty, and 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed relief at Izuku's awakening and asked how he was feeling. Izuku admitted to feeling a bit stiff but otherwise okay. Clover remarked on how Izuku had dealt with the Pope, and 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 expressed her happiness at seeing him awake. Izuku introduced himself formally, identifying himself as Izuku Midoriya, the shield hero. 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 welcomed him warmly. Clover noted the oddity of how Izuku and Melty did not blame her brother for many issues, unlike most people in the kingdom. Izuku was taken aback, and 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 explained the situation. She had been away at an international forum with other world leaders to strategize against the impending waves when the leadership of 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 had summoned all four cardinal heroes without proper authority. This revelation made Izuku realize the gravity of the situation. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 questioned why Izuku had to endure so much, and 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 clarified that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had his own reasons for disliking the shield hero, which the Three Heroes Church had exploited. Izuku reflected on 𝐒𝐮𝐬's past trauma, while Clover insisted that it didn't justify the actions taken against him. 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 added that Melty had worsened matters by trying to ensnare Izuku. Izuku sighed, acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 suggested that things might have been different had Izuku been summoned to another country, where the shield hero was revered, like in Siltveld. Despite the challenges, Izuku recognized that he had gained invaluable companions and experiences through his journey. 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 then shifted the conversation, promising to clear Izuku's name and end the humiliation he had faced in her kingdom. Eri asked what a pariah was, and Izuku explained it was an outcast. 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 continued, stating that as a reward for fighting the waves and defeating the treasonous Three Heroes Church, Izuku would receive the highest honor 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 could offer, along with a bonus of 500 gold pieces. Clover's excitement was evident at the mention of gold. 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 requested a private discussion with Izuku, and he agreed, following her to the balcony. 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 expressed the dire situation 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 faced and acknowledged that she could not persuade him to stay. However, Izuku reassured her that he would collaborate not only with 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 but with all nations as the Four Cardinal Heroes. 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐬 invited Izuku to visit the castle the following day to publicly clear his name, revealing that King 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and Princess Melty needed to be dealt with. Izuku was taken aback by the suggestion of their deaths, insisting that while they deserved punishment, he believed there were better alternatives. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 was surprised by his stance but appreciated his heroism and willingness to find a different solution. The next day, Izuku and his party, along with 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and his group, ascended the stairs to the castle. Rishia expressed her nervousness about the crowd outside, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 comforted her by taking her hand. They encountered Ren and Motoyasu, who greeted them. Motoyasu admired Izuku's incredible speed and asked if he could teach him, but Izuku declined, citing trust issues. Minister welcomed the cardinal heroes into the throne room, where 𝐒𝐿𝐬 sat on her throne with 𝐒𝐿𝐬 beside her. Eri and Philo greeted 𝐒𝐿𝐬, who smiled and waved back. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 expressed her gratitude for their presence, setting the stage for the important announcement to come. 𝐼𝐻 was absent, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 noted the absence of 𝐼𝐻𝐬 as well. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 instructed the guards to bring them in. 2 guards opened the door, revealing 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and 𝐼𝐻, both in 𝐻&DFFS. Motoyasu called out to 𝐼𝐻, who pleaded for help. Ren questioned the situation, noting the king's chains. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 declared that the trial was about to begin, focusing on the foolish king consort and the first princess. 𝐼𝐻, distressed, asked her mother why she was being so harsh. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed confusion and concern, questioning 𝐒𝐿𝐬's actions, but was blocked by guards when he attempted to approach her. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 stated that with the 4 cardinal heroes present, the trial aimed to punish those who had destabilized the nation. She took on the role of judge. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 reacted in disbelief, suggesting that the shield hero had manipulated her. In response, 𝐒𝐿𝐬 used her ice magic to encase 𝐼𝐻𝐬's body, leaving his head free. Izuku pulled out his notebook, while 𝐒𝐮𝐬 advised him not to expect clear answers. Clover reminded them that they had a trial to conduct, prompting a nervous chuckle from Izuku. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 asserted that the shield hero lacked any such ability, expressing her disbelief that she had to clarify this. One of the shadows presented her with various tools, and 𝐼𝐻 questioned their purpose. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 explained that to ensure a fair trial, 𝐼𝐻 would be given a temporary SLV crest. The guards restrained her, and 𝐒𝐿𝐬 pricked her finger, allowing her BLD to mix with the SLV crest ink. Motoyasu was appalled, reminding 𝐒𝐿𝐬 that 𝐼𝐻 was her daughter. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 coldly replied that 𝐼𝐻 was a pathological liar. 𝐼𝐻 protested her innocence, claiming to be a good and honest girl, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 disagreed. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 then placed the SLV crest on 𝐼𝐻, who cried out in pain. She declared the trial officially underway, warning that their crimes were evident and escape was impossible. Motoyasu argued that they could not be convicted without explanation, questioning the charges against them. Clover pointed out Motoyasu's lack of understanding about trials, leading to a moment of collective facepalming from Izuku, his party, 𝐿𝐬, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬's group. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 began detailing recent events, explaining how the Pope of the Three Heroes Church had attempted to murder the cardinal heroes and frame the shield hero, ultimately leading to his demise. Motoyasu questioned the relevance of this information, while Clover urged him to be patient. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 revealed that the king and the first princess had colluded with the church, shocking Motoyasu. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 asked if there were any objections to this charge, but before 𝐼𝐻 could respond, her SLV crest activated, causing her to scream in pain. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 condemned the idea that the first princess would attempt to overthrow the state. 𝐻 insisted she would never engage in such a plot, but her SLV crest remained silent this time. Motoyasu pointed out that 𝐻 had done nothing wrong. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 then accused 𝐻 of planning to assassinate 𝐿𝐬, the heir to the throne, and framing the shield hero for it. 𝐻 protested, but her SLV crest activated again. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 questioned her innocence, while 𝐼𝐻𝐬 demanded to know if 𝐻 had truly done such a thing. 𝐻 desperately denied the accusations, but her SLV crest reacted once more. Izuku reflected on 𝐻𝐬's character, acknowledging that despite his flaws as a king, he was not a bad father. 𝐒𝐿𝐬 accused 𝐻 of conspiring with the church to eliminate 𝐿𝐬 and falsely accusing the shield hero of abduction, even setting fire to the forest where 𝐿𝐬 had escaped. 𝐻 vehemently denied the claims, asserting her love for her sister, but her SLV crest activated. Again. Ren confirmed that it appeared 𝐼𝐻 was indeed trying to harm the second princess, which led him to join Itsuki in searching for evidence of Izuku's innocence. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was then accused of colluding with the church to summon the cardinal heroes while 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was away. He defended his actions as necessary to counter the impending waves of catastrophe, claiming that the shield hero had committed a grave sin against his daughter. Motoyasu insisted that Izuku had assaulted 𝐼𝐻, prompting 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to ask 𝐼𝐻 directly if that was true. 𝐼𝐻, under the pressure of the SLV crest, claimed that the shield hero had nearly assaulted her, but the crest activated again, casting doubt on her words. Motoyasu, determined to prove 𝐼𝐻's innocence, formed a SLV pact with her. He asked her to confirm that she had been assaulted by Izuku, but her SLV crest reacted once more, complicating the situation. The trial dragged on, with 𝐼𝐻𝐬 ultimately stating that despite their royal status, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and 𝐼𝐻 had resorted to underhanded tactics to eliminate their opposition, prioritizing their quest for power over the nation's welfare. 𝐼𝐻 continued to plead her innocence, but the SLV crest activated again. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 admitted that his actions may have been inappropriate for royalty, but insisted they were motivated by a longing to protect his country and family from the shield hero, whom he believed would bring calamity upon them again. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 concluded the trial with her verdict, declaring 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and 𝐼𝐻 guilty of high treason and conspiracy, stripping them of their titles. She initially considered sentencing them to death, but noted that the shield hero had suffered the most due to their actions, thus leaving their punishment in his hands. Izuku posed a question to 𝐼𝐻𝐬, seeking to understand the root of his hatred towards the shield hero. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 revealed that his family had been killed by demi-human assassins who worshipped the shield hero, explaining his deep-seated animosity. Izuku finally grasped the reasoning behind 𝐼𝐻𝐬's feelings. Not because there was a lack of compassion, but out of fear. The past haunted the present, and every effort was made to prevent history from repeating itself. Izuku sighed, reflecting on the situation. He thought about 𝐼𝐻𝐬's shortcomings as a king but acknowledged that, as a father, he wasn't entirely lacking. However, he wished they could have communicated better. Izuku had never been fond of taking lives. The only reason he had harmed the Pope was due to necessity. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed his regret, and Izuku decided on a fitting punishment. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 would be assigned to garbage duty in the castle for the rest of his days. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was surprised by the lightness of his punishment, and Izuku confirmed it was indeed all he would face. Turning his attention to 𝐼𝐻, Izuku felt differently. She had no justification for her treatment of him, and thus her punishment was more severe. She would be forced to travel the world, aiding those in need, 𝐒𝐮𝐷 of her titles as a member of the Spear Heroes Party and the first princess of 𝐼𝐻𝐬. She was now simply a woman tasked with atoning for her actions. With that, he returned to his companions. Motoyasu was taken aback by Izuku's mercy, questioning why he would spare their lives. Izuku explained that killing them wouldn't resolve anything. It was more beneficial for them to make amends. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 announced the outcomes of the trial. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 would handle garbage duty, while Malti would embark on her journey to assist others. Furthermore, the Three Heroes Church, the source of much turmoil, would be dismantled, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 would adopt the Four Heroes Church as its state religion. With the trial concluded, 𝐼𝐻 was compelled to leave the castle, embarking on her new path despite her reluctance. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 expressed gratitude to Izuku for his mercy and inquired if there was anything she could do for him in return. Izuku promised to think about it, and he and his party departed. Itsuki called out to Izuku, wishing him well and encouraging him to go beyond. Izuku responded with a confident declaration, and they left together. Eri, in her filial form, pulled the carriage through the bustling streets of 𝐼𝐻𝐬 as the sun began to rise. Upon arrival, Eri transformed back to her normal self, and they all exited the carriage. Raphtalia pointed out the new symbol atop the church, noting the inclusion of all four heroes in the crest, indicating a positive change for the country. Izuku agreed, pleased with the progress. They were finally able to upgrade their classes and officially welcome Clover into the party. Clover was excited about this new development. Inside the church, they encountered 𝐒𝐮𝐬, who greeted them warmly. Clover, unsure of 𝐒𝐮𝐬's identity, learned that he had assisted during the second wave. Izuku introduced 𝐒𝐬 as his twin brother and the vassal gun hero. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed them that the queen had entrusted the dragon hourglass to them and led them to it. 𝐒𝐬 officially joined Izuku's party, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 announced the commencement of the class upgrade ritual. Izuku asked if Raphtalia and Philo were ready, and they confirmed. They placed their hands on the hourglass, and a golden light enveloped them as they upgraded their classes. 𝐒𝐬 remarked on the speed of the process, while Philo and Raphtalia expressed disappointment at their limited options. Later, they found themselves back at the castle, where 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that certain items could influence the class upgrade process, suggesting that Philo's cowlick from Fatoria might be the cause of their unusual experiences. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was intrigued to hear about Fatoria, the Philolial queen, and Melty eagerly shared her admiration for her mother's encounter with Fatoria, describing her beauty and size. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 listened with excitement, wishing she could have witnessed it herself. As the conversation continued, 𝐒𝐬 noted the similarities between Melty and her mother. Eventually, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 regained her composure and explained the reason for their summons. She was planning a party that evening and wanted all 4 cardinal heroes to attend. However, the true purpose of the gathering was to share vital information that would benefit all of them. Izuku confirmed their attendance, and as the party commenced, they found themselves seated at a table apart from Izuku. Melty expressed her happiness at seeing them again, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and Philo joined in the excitement. Philo suggested they explore the castle later, and Melty agreed. 𝐒𝐬 noticed Raphtalia lost in thought and asked if she was all right. She hesitated before requesting a private conversation. Once they were alone, she revealed her feelings for someone special but struggled to articulate her emotions. 𝐒𝐬, recognizing her hesitation, guessed it was Izuku. Raphtalia blushed and tried to deny it, but eventually admitted her love for him, feeling nervous about expressing it. 𝐒𝐬 advised her that mere words might not be enough to convince Izuku of her feelings, especially considering his past experiences. He encouraged her to take action beyond simple gestures. Raphtalia sought his guidance on how to proceed, and 𝐒𝐬, with a mischievous glint in his eye, began to laugh, suggesting he had an idea that would help her express her feelings. As they departed from the party and arrived at their destination, Izuku, Itsuki, Motoyasu, Ren, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 gathered around a table. Izuku suggested that they should begin their discussion. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 acknowledged the troubles caused by the 3 heroes' church and expressed her longing to make amends on behalf of Melromark. She mentioned that the 𝐒𝐻𝐬 archipelago was activating, which piqued everyone's interest. Ren questioned the seriousness of the situation, while Itsuki noted that it meant a bonus field would be generated. Izuku was surprised to learn about the activation, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 explained that it occurred once a decade, significantly boosting the experience points for adventurers in the area. Motoyasu was taken aback that Izuku was unaware of this information, prompting a sigh of annoyance from Izuku. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 pointed out that the real reason the heroes had not leveled up faster was the tension among them, except for the shield hero and bow hero. She advised them to clear the air and share their knowledge, which would make their journey to 𝐼𝐻𝐬 more efficient. Ren dismissed the idea as unnecessary, while Motoyasu questioned what they could possibly share since he felt he already knew everything he needed. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 clarified that if nothing changed, Izuku and Itsuki would likely survive the next wave, but the others might not. She emphasized that the only way to win was for all 4 heroes to unite, framing the conference as a means to foster that solidarity. Itsuki agreed to participate, and Motoyasu urged Izuku to start sharing his experiences. Ren asked about the source of Izuku's unique power, but Izuku declined to reveal the details, stating that only a few trusted individuals were privy to the truth. Izuku acknowledged that he had come to trust Itsuki and his party, promising to explain his power to them later. Itsuki expressed eagerness to learn, while Ren and Motoyasu were left feeling excluded from the secret. Izuku then offered to share information about his world, which intrigued them. Motoyasu explained the weapon copy system, revealing that picking up a weapon similar to one's legendary weapon allowed for its duplication. Izuku took notes, impressed by the simplicity of the process. Ren added that with the right crafting skills, one could automatically create items from materials. Itsuki suddenly remembered to mention the teleport skill, which allowed instant travel to previously visited locations. They debated the merits of weapon proficiency versus refining weapons, with Izuku suggesting that a combination of all three approaches might be necessary. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 agreed, and they moved on to Izuku's explanation of his world, which astonished his companions. As the gathering concluded, they all prepared for bed. Just then, Raphtalia entered, her cheeks flushed and tail wagging. She expressed her need to discuss something important before their journey to 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Gathering her courage, she confessed her feelings for Izuku, which left him stunned. Despite his initial shock, he realized his own feelings for her and reciprocated her affection. Their moments of connection deepened, and they embraced their new relationship. The following day, Clover congratulated Izuku and Raphtalia, who were now a couple, while 𝐼𝐬 and Philo affectionately referred to Raphtalia as Mommy, causing her to blush with happiness. They departed the castle, where only 𝐼𝐬, 𝐒𝐮𝐬, and his party remained. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 inquired about Izuku's night, and Izuku happily shared the news of his new relationship. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had been aware of Raphtalia's feelings, which amused Izuku. Curious about the whereabouts of the other heroes, Izuku learned they had left early. 𝐼𝐬 informed them that their ships were docked at a distant harbor, advising them to set off. Izuku decided to take the long route with his party, while 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and his group opted for the shorter path. After exchanging goodbyes, they set off on their respective journeys. Later, they arrived at 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐻's place, where he congratulated Izuku on his trial and expressed curiosity about his newfound abilities. Izuku explained his capability to copy weapons, prompting 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐻 to express concern about the implications. Assuring him he would pay for the copies, Izuku proceeded to duplicate several shields before receiving encouragement from 𝐼𝐻𝐻 to make a mark in 𝐒𝐮𝐬. As they made their way to the ship, Raphtalia requested a detour, which Izuku agreed to. This detour led them to her destroyed village, where they found 𝐒𝐮𝐬, Van, and other rescued demi-humans. Raphtalia visited the grave of her lost friend, Raphana, and prayed for her peace, joined by 𝐒𝐮𝐬. In that moment, Raphtalia felt a sense of homecoming. Raphana felt a sense of relief as they arrived at Raphtalia's village. Izuku observed the surroundings, noting the devastation. Clover inquired if they were responsible for burying Raphtalia, to which Van confirmed that the entire village had contributed. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 greeted Raphtalia, prompting her to respond with a simple acknowledgement. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 suggested they work together to restore the village to its former glory, and Raphtalia agreed. Izuku sensed there were likely more survivors like Raphtalia and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 scattered throughout the world, emphasizing that their mission would not be complete until everyone was rescued. Suddenly, a stranger approached, asking if they lived nearby. Izuku clarified that they did not, and the stranger expressed sympathy for the ruined village, suggesting it was likely similar where Izuku came from. The woman beside the stranger urged him to move on, and they departed. The following day, they reached their ship. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐻 excitedly asked if everyone was ready to set sail, and Izuku responded with enthusiasm. As they boarded, they discovered that 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐻 and Therese were also on the same boat. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 introduced himself and his companion, and Clover playfully speculated about their relationship, causing them to blush. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 clarified that they were just friends, while Raphtalia wondered if Therese was from a foreign land. Izuku was curious about her language barrier, and 𝐼𝐻𝐻 explained that he had forgotten to activate the translation gem on his weapon, allowing Therese to communicate clearly. After introductions were made, Clover jokingly commented on Therese's future wedding, which caused both Raphtalia and Izuku to blush. Therese reassured them that it was all in good fun. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 expressed disbelief at Izuku claiming to be the shield hero, laughing at the notion. Therese, however, pointed out that the shield hero had a notorious reputation, which made them wary of Izuku's claim. Clover expressed frustration at the misunderstanding, while 𝐼𝐻𝐻 insisted that Izuku was nothing like the infamous hero. As they discussed their journey to 𝐒𝐮𝐬, 𝐼𝐻𝐻 invited them to team up for efficiency. Just then, a sailor called for Izuku to meet the crew, and he found Motoyasu, Ren, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐻 groaning from seasickness. Izuku checked on them, but Motoyasu requested silence. Suddenly, Philo and 𝐼𝐬𝐻 launched giant fish from the water, causing a commotion. Izuku scolded them for their reckless behavior, reminding them of the others' discomfort. Philo protested, but Izuku insisted they apologize, which they did, earning forgiveness from the seasick trio. 𝐼𝐼 approached Izuku again, mentioning that 𝐼𝐼𝐬 had a request regarding jewel crafting. Izuku agreed to help, provided she supplied the materials. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 handed him a bag, and Izuku assessed the contents, confident he could create something special. 𝐼𝐼 noted the brewing storm, hinting at a challenging night ahead. Upon arriving at 𝐒𝐬𝐬, Raphtalia marveled at its beauty, while Philo complained about the heat. Izuku noticed Motoyasu being taken away on a stretcher, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽, the caretaker of the archipelago, welcomed them and offered to escort them to the inn. As they moved forward, 𝐼𝐼 was also taken away, prompting 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 to adjust their plans to guide Izuku alone. Later, outside the inn, Izuku read the rules for adventurers, noting restrictions on traveling between islands and interfering in others' battles. Clover found the rules reasonable. 𝐼𝐼 reappeared, expressing surprise that Izuku hadn't said goodbye before leaving the boat. He reminded Izuku that they hadn't yet answered their earlier question about teaming up. Izuku readily agreed, and 𝐼𝐼 encouraged them to enjoy their time until they met again. With their mission clear, Izuku and his party prepared to take on the challenges ahead, ready to gain experience from the monsters that awaited them. Clover remarked on the weakness of the monsters, setting the stage for their adventure. Honestly, it wasn't very enjoyable to fight them. Izuku suggested they pause, noting that they had stopped gaining experience points. An arrow suddenly struck a slime, and Itsuki realized that was why he hadn't been earning any experience. Motoyasu questioned what had happened to his experience points, while 𝐼𝐼 expressed frustration at their presence, stating that he couldn't farm experience like this and urged them to move elsewhere. Motoyasu retorted, suggesting 𝐼𝐼 should leave instead. Itsuki sighed in exasperation, and Izuku informed him that they would be moving on. Itsuki agreed to see them later, and Izuku nodded, adding that once the event concluded, he would reveal the truth behind his power. Itsuki looked forward to it, understanding the need to focus on farming experience for now. Afterward, Izuku and his party boarded a boat to the next island, eager to continue gaining experience. They faced a boss that yielded an impressive amount of experience points. Izuku exclaimed in surprise at the 3,250 experience they earned, while Clover was equally astonished, noting that it was an unusually high amount for a boss fight. Philo expressed her enjoyment of the island, stating that fighting here was much more fun. However, Raphtalia pointed out that her sword was badly damaged, and Izuku inquired about what had happened. Raphtalia speculated that their power levels had surpassed their weapon's durability, a sentiment echoed by 𝐼𝐼𝐬, who noted that Philo's claws were also damaged. Izuku resolved to buy them new weapons before the next wave arrived, and Clover agreed it was a good idea. Determined, Izuku and Clover fed part of the defeated boss to their weapons. Suddenly, Izuku's shield glowed, providing Philo, 𝐼𝐼𝐬, and Raphtalia with new weapons. Izuku assured them that these should last a while longer, and Raphtalia expressed her gratitude, while Philo and 𝐼𝐬 thanked him as well. Clover then pointed out that it was getting dark and suggested they head back, but Izuku decided they should stay a bit longer. As night fell, they set up camp on the island, and Izuku reviewed the materials they had collected from monsters, noting that stronger enemies yielded more experience and better drops. They soon heard rustling and prepared for a potential threat, only to discover it was 𝐼𝐼𝐬 and 𝐼𝐼𝐬. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 expressed relief at finding them, while Raphtalia questioned why they were out in the middle of the night. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 explained that the ferryman was worried due to their late return. Izuku acknowledged his oversight, and Clover was surprised to learn that 𝐼𝐬 and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 had come to look for them. 𝐼𝐬 insisted they wouldn't abandon them, and 𝐼𝐼𝐬 suggested they return and call it a night. Izuku yawned and agreed it was a good plan. Later, they gathered for dinner at a bar, where 𝐼𝐬 indulged in drinks. As the evening progressed, Clover discovered some peculiar red berries and decided to try one, only for 𝐼𝐬 to panic at the sight. Clover was confused by 𝐼𝐬's reaction, and Motoyasu approached, also trying a berry, which caused him to faint. Clover was bewildered and questioned what had happened. 𝐼𝐬 explained that those berries were used to make a potent wine, requiring dilution to be drinkable. Clover wondered why they couldn't just eat them as they were, and Lark expressed concern over Clover's age, noting he was a minor capable of handling such strong substances. Clover shrugged off the concern. After finishing their meal, they returned to the inn. That night, Izuku and Raphtalia shared a room. The next day, Therese expressed her excitement for what was to come, and Raphtalia shared her enthusiasm as well. Izuku presented Therese with the accessory she had requested, a bracelet adorned with a bright red gem. Therese was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Clover marveled at the rarity of the Starfire gem, and Izuku explained that he had used an oracle crystal as the base for the bracelet. Noticing Therese in tears, Izuku panicked, fearing he had made a mistake, but Therese reassured him that it was appealing and filled with joy. Lark questioned the need for tears, but Therese explained that the bracelet opened up a new world for her. Izuku sighed in relief, grateful that his effort was appreciated. Therese then gifted him a bag filled with gold pieces, which surprised Izuku. She insisted it wasn't enough, but he assured her it was plenty. With that settled, they decided to grind for levels, taking a boat to another island. Izuku suggested they discuss their strategy, and they soon encountered a group of penguin-like monsters. Lark was eager to fight, launching an energy slash from his scythe at one of the creatures. When another monster attacked Lark, Izuku blocked it with his shield. Lark teased him about using a shield as a weapon, while Izuku explained that he preferred close combat. Activating One for All, Izuku dashed forward and kicked the monster away, demonstrating his combat style. Lark was taken aback by Izuku's speed, and Therese invoked the power of the bracelet, calling forth a blue flame that incinerated another monster. Raphtalia remarked on the uniqueness of her chant, and Clover encouraged them to keep up the momentum. As they continued to battle, they steadily gained more experience. Later, Izuku noted that their experience curve had slowed significantly after reaching level. Lark pointed out a giant bird-like monster ahead, explaining that while the boss itself wouldn't be a challenge, the smaller creatures accompanying it would be troublesome. Clover confidently charged up his quirk and unleashed a powerful beam that eliminated the smaller foes. With the path cleared, Izuku leaped into action, delivering a decisive blow to the boss. After their victory, Therese expressed her gratitude for the levels they had gained in just one day, and Philo echoed her sentiment, declaring it was fun. Izuku proposed they do it again the next day, but Lark suggested they would tackle it alone for now. Izuku accepted their decision, and Lark bid farewell, while Therese thanked them for a great day. Raphtalia agreed, noting their teamwork had been effective, and Philo and 𝐼𝐬 waved goodbye. As they departed, Izuku proposed taking a day off the following day, to which Philo and 𝐼𝐬 enthusiastically agreed, while Raphtalia remained indifferent. But Mr. Izuku could probably use a break. Her tail wagged as Clover noted that she seemed to want a break as well. The next day, everyone was at the beach. Philo excitedly announced that she and 𝐼𝐬 had discovered another island, one that was underwater and glowing red. Izuku expressed his surprise at the idea of an underwater island, while 𝐼𝐬 added that there was a large brick building down there. Clover mentioned that they had hit a wall with their leveling grind and suggested that exploring the underwater location could be a nice change of pace. Clover, wearing swim trunks adorned with cowboys, was intrigued by the idea. Izuku agreed and then revealed 2 penguin suits. Raphtalia approached him, asking for his opinion on her appearance in the swimsuit. Izuku fainted at the sight, prompting Clover to congratulate Raphtalia on making him faint. After a moment, Izuku regained consciousness and adjusted to seeing Raphtalia in her swimsuit. They then began their underwater exploration. Clover remarked on how useful the penguin suits were, noting that they could still breathe in them. Upon arriving at the underwater building, they began to explore. Inside, they were shocked to discover a dragon hourglass. Izuku, Clover, and Raphtalia collectively expressed their disbelief. Philo asked if this was bad, to which 𝐼𝐬 confirmed it was. Izuku warned that where there was an hourglass, a wave would follow. Raphtalia added that if a wave attacked, the islanders would be in grave danger. Clover suggested that they might have some time before the wave arrived. However, Izuku's shield began to glow, revealing a timer that indicated the next wave would occur in 48 hours. Clover lamented his bad luck. Everyone was now on different ships, and with the new wave approaching, there was no time to waste. The queen had arranged the ships for their defense. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed disbelief that another wave was happening at such an inconvenient time, while 𝐒𝐬 echoed his sentiment about their rotten luck. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 mentioned their surprise at having assembled an army so quickly, and Izuku praised her efforts. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that preparing for waves was the royal family's responsibility, and 𝐒𝐬 questioned her presence. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 clarified that she was there as part of Izuku's party, which 𝐒𝐬 had forgotten. Philo and 𝐒𝐻𝐬 expressed their happiness at her presence, and 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐬 thanked them. Raphtalia then raised a concern about whether the people of 𝐒𝐬𝐬 would be able to evacuate in time. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 reassured them that the east of Habenberg had acted quickly and had already finished evacuating the islanders. She emphasized that their focus should be on the upcoming battle. Izuku agreed, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed disappointment that Ren and Motoyasu were unwilling to team up. He acknowledged that while they had leveled up significantly at 𝐒𝐬𝐬, it might not be enough. Izuku hoped that their combined efforts would suffice and mentioned activating his trump card if things went awry. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 nodded in understanding. Raphtalia then pointed out another ship, revealing that 𝐼𝐼𝐬 and Therese were aboard. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 recognized them as the individuals Raphtalia had spoken to on their way to the archipelago. Izuku noted that they were also fighting the wave, and 𝐒𝐬𝐬 expressed relief at their presence, knowing they would need all the help they could get. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 inquired about their reliability, and Izuku assured him they were dependable, even more so than Ren and Motoyasu combined. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt their chances of defeating the wave had significantly improved. As the wave began, 𝐒𝐬𝐬 called for everyone to prepare for battle. Izuku rallied his allies, urging them to go beyond their limits. Monsters emerged from the wave, and some soldiers launched barrels that were quickly consumed by the creatures. 𝐼𝐬 questioned what they were, and a sailor explained they were cask bombs made from special fruit. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 realized that the concentrated alcohol would affect the monsters just as it did people. The soldiers and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 began to attack the fish monsters, but a giant fish monster soon appeared, catching them off guard. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 attempted a powerful attack, but the monster evaded it. The fish then targeted Ren's ship, prompting Ren to express frustration at their inability to hit it while it remained underwater. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 instructed Izuku to keep the largest monster in check, acknowledging the challenge it posed. Izuku accepted the task and called for Philo to dive into the water with him. They plunged into the depths and soon located the fish monster. Izuku used a special move to draw its attention, successfully baiting it. Philo leaped out of the water with Izuku, and he rallied everyone to attack the monster. However, despite their combined efforts, the creature seemed unharmed. The orb on its forehead glowed ominously before it unleashed a powerful laser, destroying one of the ships. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 noted their attacks had not made a dent, but 𝐒𝐬𝐬 pointed out that his meteor shot had pierced the monster's scales. Raphtalia followed suit, successfully hitting the beast with an enchanted harpoon. Just then, fish monsters began boarding their ship, but 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐬 intervened with a powerful spell that washed them away. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 made a light-hearted comment about the situation, but soon another monster attacked 𝐿𝐻𝐬, attempting to drag her into the sea. 𝐒𝐿𝐬𝐬 cried out in alarm, and 𝐒𝐬𝐬 rushed to her aid, using his weapon to save her. 𝐿𝐻𝐬 expressed her gratitude, and 𝐒𝐬𝐬 humbly acknowledged his role as the vassal gun hero. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 then joined them on their ship, complimenting 𝐒𝐬𝐬 on his efforts. More fish monsters attempted to board, but 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐬 unleashed a powerful attack that cleared them away. 𝐒𝐬𝐬 praised his skill, and the soldiers seized the opportunity to rally for an offensive. 𝐿𝐻𝐬 admired 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐬's power, affirming that Izuku had been right about him. Izuku then called for 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬 to join him in attacking the large monster, assuring him that he and Philo would be there to support him if he fell into the water. 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬 agreed, ready to take down the formidable foe. Go, Philo. He and Philo dove into the water once more, successfully drawing the large fish out. 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬 unleashed his skybound wheel swing, landing a powerful blow that significantly weakened the creature. Izuku encouraged Philo to join him, and she responded with enthusiasm. Philo executed a swift slash before bouncing off a net, following it up with her spiral strike, which struck the monster's chin, causing it to 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬 its head upward. Therese empowered 𝐼𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬's with lightning, announcing her bejeweled thunderstorm. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 then combined their powers with a combo skill, Thunderbolt will swing, unleashing a massive lightning tornado that inflicted severe damage on the creature. Izuku declared it was time to finish the fight and asked Clover if she was ready. Clover confirmed her readiness, summoning a giant yellow cannon. Izuku hopped inside as Clover charged it up, and together they unleashed the Midoriya blast, propelling Izuku forward enveloped in yellow energy. He delivered a decisive punch that pierced through the fish monster, defeating it. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 marveled at their impressive display of strength. Izuku used Black Whip to pull himself up to the defeated monster's body where 𝐼𝐚𝐬 stood. He expressed his gratitude to 𝐼𝐚𝐬 for the assistance. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 acknowledged that Izuku likely didn't need help, given his unique power. The other three heroes, along with Clover riding Eri, approached them. Motoyasu praised their teamwork, while Izuku questioned their presence. Rin explained they had come for the loot, as the items dropped by the wave monsters belonged to all heroes. Itsuki rolled his eyes, pointing out that only Izuku had truly contributed to the battle. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 dismissed the notion of them being heroes, implying they were weak and incapable of protecting anything. Itsuki looked down, feeling the weight of the words. Raphtalia approached, informing them that the queen wanted them to hurry and eliminate the remaining monsters. Suddenly, 𝐼𝐚𝐬 unleashed a powerful force that knocked back Rin, Motoyasu, and Itsuki, while Izuku remained steadfast. He questioned 𝐼𝐚𝐬's intentions, who revealed that for the sake of their world, Izuku had to be eliminated. Despite their actions, they claimed to harbor no ill will towards him. Therese confirmed their intentions, expressing regret over the situation. Izuku sensed their sincerity, realizing there was no malice behind their attack, but he also understood the dire consequences for their world if they succeeded. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 explained they were heroes from another world, just like him, and their world was on the brink of destruction. They had their own reasons to fight and could not afford to lose. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 challenged Izuku to a fair fight, and the other heroes prepared themselves. Motoyasu expressed his discontent, but 𝐼𝐚𝐬 insisted they should have stayed down. As Motoyasu and Rin attempted to attack, 𝐼𝐚𝐬 easily countered their moves. Soldiers fired arrows at 𝐼𝐚𝐬 and Therese, but she skillfully blocked them with her fire abilities. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 called for her assistance, and she summoned a gust of wind from her bracelet, revealing a green gem. She declared her name and commanded her friends to be the force that would destroy their targets. Izuku urged his companions to take cover behind him, and they complied. Therese unleashed her bejeweled meteor shower, striking all the ships simultaneously. Izuku raised his shield to protect his friends from the onslaught. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 reassured Therese that he was ensuring they weren't interrupted. He commanded his allies to protect their targets from the ensuing chaos. Izuku noted the contradiction in their actions as they attacked and then assisted. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 clarified that their focus was solely on Izuku. Realizing their intent to eliminate him, Izuku activated One for All. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 charged forward, but Izuku blocked the attack with his shield. Raphtalia and Philo attempted to flank 𝐼𝐚𝐬, but he summoned two sides to defend himself. He unleashed the air scythe suite, creating a tornado to disrupt their movements. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 aimed to strike Raphtalia, but Izuku intervened, parrying the blow. Izuku recognized that this battle would be different. Their lack of malice meant his danger sense was ineffective. He executed a Detroit smash, landing a solid punch on 𝐼𝐚𝐬, who staggered back in surprise. Therese checked on 𝐼𝐚𝐬, who admitted the kid was stronger than he anticipated. As 𝐼𝐚𝐬 prepared to attack again, Itsuki observed the fight from a distance. Clover encouraged Itsuki to find an opportunity to assist, and he nodded in agreement. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 swung his scythe at Izuku, who caught it with surprising strength. Using Black Whip infused with 𝐸 energy, Izuku executed a boosted binding combo called 𝐵LACK. Itsuki seized the moment and unleashed his meteor shot, striking 𝐼𝐚𝐬 as he was flung backward, causing significant damage before 𝐼𝐚𝐬 crashed to the ground. Clover praised Itsuki for his shot, while Therese prepared her bejeweled Sin Flame. As she unleashed the blue flame, it vanished before reaching Izuku, who was taken aback. Therese apologized, revealing that her gem was communicating with her. Izuku realized the gem was influencing her decisions. Clover connected the dots, recalling that this was the same gem Izuku had been asked to turn into a bracelet. Lark called out to Therese, who decided to use a different gem instead. Izuku commented on Lark's unexpected defense-reversing attack, prompting Lark to question how he knew. Izuku explained his reasoning, noting Lark's lack of strategy and the nature of his attack. Lark admitted that Izuku was starting to intimidate him with his impressive abilities. Melty called out to Izuku, capturing everyone's attention as she and Rishia arrived. Rishia appeared frightened, prompting Itsuki to rush to her side and embrace her, causing her cheeks to flush. Izuku instructed Itsuki to ensure Rishia's safety, to which Itsuki readily agreed. Melty warned Izuku that the wave was not over yet and urged him to defeat their opponents quickly so they could finish the wave. Izuku affirmed her words and turned his focus back to Lark, declaring that he would not allow him to win. Lark grinned and charged at Izuku, who quickly created a smokescreen to obscure Lark's vision. As Lark struggled to see, Izuku used his black whip to ensnare him and pull him closer. Therese attempted to attack Izuku with fire, but Clover countered with a powerful Justice Blast. Clover then rallied the girls, instructing Eri, Philo, and Melty to create a storm to blow Therese away. They unleashed a lightning tornado filled with electrified water, targeting Therese. Lark tried to sever the Black Whip but failed. Izuku taunted him, stating that Black Whip could withstand much stronger hits. He then executed a powerful kick, sending Lark crashing to the ground. Lark groaned in pain but quickly recovered, expressing his enjoyment of the battle and the thrill of strategy involved. Izuku, however, revealed that he had been running on little sleep for weeks. Suddenly, Glass appeared, interrupting their confrontation. Izuku recognized her, and Clover was surprised to learn of their past encounter. Lark greeted Glass, who had grown impatient waiting. Melty shivered at the sight of her, while Glass acknowledged Izuku, launching an attack that he easily blocked. Glass attempted another strike, but Izuku continued to defend himself with skill. She noted that he had yet to reveal his full potential, prompting Lark to question what she meant. Glass revealed that Izuku had been holding back and inquired about the extent of his power. Izuku sheepishly admitted to using only 15% of his strength, which astonished both Lark and Therese. Glass acknowledged the damage he had inflicted despite that limited power but warned him not to grow overconfident. Izuku accepted the challenge, ready to see how much Glass had improved. The two clashed, with Izuku blocking her attacks and suching to the Soul Eater shield, which drained some of her energy. Therese prepared to unleash a devastating explosion, prompting Izuku to raise his shield to protect himself and his allies. Therese called upon her friends to summon a freezing storm, but Izuku countered with a shield prison, encasing them in protection. Despite their powerful combo skill, Izuku and his team managed to withstand the attack. Feeling the pressure, Izuku boosted his power to 20% and instructed his allies to handle Lark and Therese while he focused on Glass. With determination, he charged at Glass, delivering a powerful punch that sent her reeling. As he engaged her, Raphtalia and the others faced off against Lark, who was impressed by their skills. Izuku and Glass continued their duel, with Izuku deftly dodging her strikes. He countered one of her attacks, causing her to stumble. Realizing the nature of his shield, he deduced that it drained her life force rather than merely her energy. Glass was taken aback by his insight, prompting Izuku to propose that they cease fighting. He suggested that retreating would end the wave, but Glass was unwilling to back down. The battle was far from over. Not until one of them fell. Izuku was determined not to surrender. He surged forward to attack Glass, but she was quick, and he easily evaded her strike. He felt he had no choice but to activate the Soul Eater shield once more, drawing more energy from Glass. He pleaded with her, expressing his longing not to harm her. But Glass was resolute, declaring that as long as she lived, she would do everything in her power to end his life. For the sake of her beloved world, she had no choice but to fight. She warned him that the only way to rid himself of her was through her defeat, or else the world would face destruction. Izuku could see the determination in her eyes. She was just like him, wanting to protect their world. Suddenly he glimpsed Glass's world, where her people were battling against the waves, waiting for their return. She insisted that she could not afford to lose, and that it was a matter of life and death. Izuku clenched his fist, feeling the weight of her words. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 called out to Glass, tossing her a potion that would enhance her abilities. Glass consumed the potion, feeling a surge of power. She charged at Izuku, clashing with his shield and pushing him back slightly. Izuku, fueled by his determination to protect those he cared for, charged at her, dodging her attacks with his danger sense. He countered with a powerful kick, sending her crashing against a wall. Glass rose again, demanding an end to the fight. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 cautioned her against taking such risks, while Therese urged her to stop. Glass prepared to unleash her ultimate technique, and Izuku, ready to counter, declared his own resolve. He rushed forward, determined to prevent her from using her power, knowing her friends were worried for her safety. With a mighty punch, he struck Glass, sending her through the ship's wall, rendering her unconscious. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 and Therese rushed to her side, grateful to Izuku for not letting another friend be lost. As the three vassal heroes vanished in a golden light, the sky returned to its normal state. Itsuki breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging their victory. Later, everyone returned to 𝐒𝐬𝐬. With the wave behind them, they decided to take a break from leveling up and simply enjoy themselves. They would have returned to 𝐒𝐬𝐬, but Raphtalia noticed an approaching storm, prompting them to stay a while longer. Raphtalia wondered what their next steps would be, and Izuku replied that they needed to prepare for the next wave. He felt they would need more allies, as they didn't know how strong Glass's party would be next time. Suddenly, Itsuki called out, holding a soaked 𝐼𝐚𝐬 in his arms, with 𝐼𝐚 beside him. Izuku was concerned about what had happened to her. Later, Itsuki confronted 𝐼𝐚𝐬, who expressed her feelings of inadequacy during the wave, believing she didn't deserve to fight alongside them. Clover reflected on how 𝐼𝐚𝐬 reminded her of Izuku in his younger days. Itsuki reassured 𝐼𝐚𝐬 that everyone had their struggles and that he cared for her as a friend, urging her not to think of herself as a burden. 𝐼𝐚𝐬 looked into Itsuki's eyes, seeing the sincerity there, and promised she wouldn't put herself in danger again. Itsuki smiled brightly, grateful for her promise. As they shared a light moment, Philo's stomach growled, prompting laughter among them. They all gathered for dinner, enjoying each other's company. Time passed and it was time to leave. Izuku approached Morelia, expressing that he had made a decision regarding the reward she had mentioned. Itsuki was curious about what it was, and Izuku whispered his idea to him, ensuring Raphtalia wouldn't hear. Itsuki approved, and they agreed to stick together for the journey ahead. Eventually, they arrived at Raphtalia's village, where they found Melty, Itsuki, 𝐼𝐚𝐬, and 𝐼𝐚 waiting. Melty presented a deed, announcing that, in the name of Queen Mirelia 𝐒𝐬𝐬, the demi-human region of 𝐒𝐮 was bestowed upon Izuku, granting him governing rights. Raphtalia was astonished, and Izuku confirmed that this was indeed the queen's reward, making him the official lord of the area. He encouraged Philo and Eri to play with Melty while he took Raphtalia to see the village. They discussed restarting the fishing business, with Raphtalia being the expert they needed. As they explored the village, they encountered familiar faces who were eager to help rebuild. From the rooftop, they surveyed the village, and Izuku explained that this place, once devastated by a wave, would now symbolize hope and resilience. They would train recruits here and build a formidable army. Before he could finish, Raphtalia pulled him into a heartfelt embrace, expressing her gratitude. Izuku smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. There was one more thing that needed to be addressed. Raphtalia looked on with curiosity as Itsuki, along with his party and Izuku's group, arrived. Itsuki stated that they were there and asked what Izuku wanted to discuss. Izuku took a moment before revealing that it was time for them to learn the truth behind his power. The two parties gathered in a private room to ensure their conversation remained confidential. Itsuki questioned whether Izuku truly trusted him with such a secret, to which Izuku confidently replied that he trusted all of them and asked if they were ready to hear it. Everyone responded affirmatively. Izuku began explaining that he came from a world where 80% of the population possessed superpowers, referred to as quirks. Itsuki recalled that Izuku's power had not manifested until he was Izuku, then admitted that he had lied about being a late bloomer. His quirk had actually been given to him. Clover was taken aback, questioning the possibility of such a thing. Izuku confirmed it was indeed true and revealed the name of his quirk, One for All. The group echoed the name, intrigued. To understand the truth behind his power, Izuku felt it necessary to recount the origins of quirks. He advised them to sit down, as it would be a lengthy story. Once settled, he explained that One for All was derived from another peculiar quirk, one that was very old. Rishia asked if it had once been something different, and Izuku nodded, revealing that the original quirk was called All for One. Philo misheard the name, but Eri corrected her, clarifying that it was All for One. Philo then inquired about its function, and Izuku explained that All for One allowed the user to take quirks from others, keeping them for themselves or transferring them to someone else. Clover was astonished, asking if All for One could really take quirks as if they were physical objects. Itsuki speculated whether it could take his Esper ability. Izuku elaborated that this was during the early days of quirks, before society had learned how to manage the newly empowered individuals. It was a time reminiscent of Itsuki's world. Itsuki realized that those with powers were the ones facing discrimination, rather than those without. Izuku confirmed this, explaining that when quirks first emerged, the concept of normal became ambiguous, leading to heated debates over laws and human rights. Civilization's progress was hindered, and society began to decay. Clover recalled a quote from someone famous in their world, suggesting that if superpowers had never appeared, humanity would have been exploring the stars by now. Izuku continued, describing how, during this tumultuous period, one individual managed to unite many people. This person, known only by the name of his power, All for One, stole quirks from others and used his immense abilities to spread his influence throughout Japan. He manipulated people to serve his own ends and committed many nefarious acts with little resistance, quickly becoming the leader of villains and dominating the country. Clover remembered seeing rumors about this online but questioned their authenticity, wondering why such events weren't documented in textbooks. Raphtalia suggested that it might be history people preferred to ignore. Izuku agreed and moved on, stating that those who gain true power often enjoy showcasing it. He pointed out that Ren and Motoyasu were prime examples. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐽 asked how all of this connected to One for All. Izuku reminded them that All for One had the ability to grant quirks to others, gaining their trust or forcing them into discrimination by altering their abilities. However, many individuals could not handle the burden of the quirks they received, becoming like mindless puppets, unable to communicate. Rishia expressed her horror at this revelation. On the flip side, some quirks evolved as they were passed down, even merging with other powers. Izuku shared the story of All for One's quirkless younger brother, Yoichi Shigaraki, who was small and frail but possessed a strong sense of justice. The two brothers were starkly different, and Yoichi was pained by All for One's actions, leading him to resist. Eventually, All for One transferred a quirk to Yoichi, one that allowed him to stockpile power. Itsuki wondered if it was a gift or a means of coercion. Izuku explained that no one truly knew, but it turned out that Yoichi was not quirkless as everyone believed. He had a quirk that was seemingly useless on its own, allowing him to pass his quirk to someone else. When he received the stockpiling quirk, it merged with his own, resulting in the creation of One for All. Clover was amazed, and Itsuki noted the irony that the quirk of the greatest cardinal hero was born from an evil man. Philo remarked that it was fortunate All for One had perished before Izuku's time. Izuku, however, clarified that it wasn't quite that simple. The group was taken aback as he explained that someone who steals quirks has no limits, and anything is possible, including quirks that can halt aging. To complicate matters, All for One had passed his abilities to someone who could turn anything to dust with a mere touch. It had fallen to Izuku to confront this formidable foe, marking his most challenging battle. Ultimately, he triumphed, and All for One no longer existed, revealing the origin of his power to his friends. Itsuki was left in disbelief, while Izuku continued, explaining that One for All had been passed down through generations, starting with Yoichi Shigaraki. The second user was Toshitsugu Kudo, whose quirk was Gearshift. Itsuki recognized that power as one that defied the laws of physics. Izuku then mentioned Bruce Lee, whose quirk was Fa Gene, recalling the red glow in his fist during a significant moment. Itsuki remembered that instance. Izuku went on to describe 𝐒𝐼𝐬 who possessed the quirk known as Danger Sense. 𝐼𝐚 asked if that meant Izuku could detect incoming attacks, to which Izuku clarified that it only worked if the attacks were driven by malicious intent. When 𝐼𝐼 had attacked them, there was no malicious intent, so Danger Sense did not activate. Izuku continued with the sixth user, Daigoro Banjo, whose quirk was Black Whip. Rishia recognized that as the black tendrils of energy. The next user was 𝐿 who had the quirk Smokescreen. Raphtalia was able to guess that one. Then came Nana Shimura, whose quirk was Float, which was self-explanatory. The group agreed on that point. Finally, Izuku revealed that the one who had given him one for all was Toshinori Yagi. Philo asked about his quirk, and Izuku shook his head, explaining that he did not possess one. Itsuki was astonished to learn that he was quirkless, but Izuku clarified that Toshinori was a renowned hero in his world, known as All Might. Clover was shocked, exclaiming that All Might, the number one hero, had bestowed his quirk upon Izuku. Izuku responded with enthusiasm, affirming that it was indeed amazing. He then shared that after inheriting One for All, he discovered he had surpassed the singularity point, granting him access to the abilities of previous users and the ability to communicate with their spirits. Itsuki realized that this was why Izuku had said he was never alone. The spirits of the past users accompanied him. Izuku nodded, assuring them that he would be fine and that he was never truly alone. If Izuku had not trained, his arms and legs would have been in serious trouble. Everyone reacted in shock. Izuku explained that he had undergone intense training for 10 months to inherit One for All. Clover acknowledged the effort, while Raphtalia expressed her surprise. Clover elaborated that One for All was a stockpiling quirk that had accumulated power for 200 years, making it far too much for an ordinary person to handle without rigorous training. Izuku admitted that even after all that he struggled with his quirk, often injuring himself to the point of having to rely on his legs to ease the strain on his body. Itsuki inquired how long Izuku had possessed One for All, to which Izuku replied that it had been a year and a half. Clover was impressed by Izuku's strength at this stage, but Izuku noted that he still had much to learn before mastering the quirk. He reassured them that the journey would be worthwhile. Clover nodded in understanding. Izuku then revealed the truth behind his power, prompting Itsuki to realize why Izuku had been reluctant to share this information. If others discovered that the shield hero could transfer his power, they would likely seek to take it from him. Rishia, 𝐼𝐚, Raphtalia, and Philo all vowed to keep his secret, with Clover offering his support as well. Izuku expressed his gratitude and then faced Raphtalia, who had one more question about how he inherited One for All. Izuku, feeling a bit embarrassed, revealed that he had consumed a strand of All Might's hair. The group stared at him in disbelief, with Clover exclaiming in surprise. Izuku explained that it was necessary to consume some of All Might's DNA for the transfer to occur. 𝐼𝐚 remarked that it sounded unappealing, and Izuku agreed. He then suggested they enjoy their time in the village, and everyone enthusiastically agreed. The next day in Luralona village, Izuku relished the tranquility. As he strolled around, he spotted Rishia and 𝐒𝐬 training with the old lady. 𝐒𝐬 rushed over to greet Izuku, and the old lady acknowledged his presence. Izuku noted their hard work, and 𝐒𝐬 enthusiastically confirmed it. Itsuki joined them and checked on Rishia, who affirmed she was doing well. Itsuki praised her natural talent for manipulating ki and encouraged her to strengthen that ability. Rishia nodded in agreement. 𝐒𝐬 then asked the old lady if he could join the fight against the waves. She firmly denied his request, explaining that with less than a week until the next wave, he would not have enough time to learn how to fight properly. 𝐒𝐬 groaned but persisted, asking if he could participate in the following wave if he trained hard. The old lady laughed, reminding him that sword skills couldn't be learned overnight. Suddenly, a girl screamed, and they noticed a swarm of bat monsters approaching. The old lady questioned what was happening, and Izuku urged everyone to follow him. The bats were pursuing some demi-humans, and one of them tripped, putting them in danger. Fortunately, Philo and 𝐼𝐚 arrived just in time to save the demi-human. 𝐼𝐚 expressed her happiness to help, while Philo asked for a moment. They leaped into action, kicking down some bats, while Raphtalia and 𝐒𝐬 joined the fight. Raphtalia skillfully took down several monsters until one snuck up behind her, preparing to attack. 𝐒𝐬 quickly shot it down before it could strike. Izuku and the others arrived and swiftly dealt with the remaining bats. Izuku checked on everyone to ensure they were all right. Raphtalia called out to him, and Philo and 𝐼𝐬 transformed back to their human forms, joyfully greeting him. Izuku felt relieved that they were safe. 𝐒𝐬 questioned the nature of the creatures, and Izuku examined one of the wings, feeding it to his shield. He explained that they were called familiars. Itsuki and 𝐒𝐬 took wings for their weapons, but neither knew what a familiar was. Raphtalia speculated that they might be some type of dimensional monster, but Izuku doubted it, noting that the wave countdown was too far off. Suddenly, Izuku noticed something strange. Itsuki confirmed he saw the countdown had stopped, and 𝐒𝐬 reacted with surprise. Izuku pointed out a blue number 7 appearing in their vision, prompting the old lady to ask what it could mean. Before they could ponder it further, a strong gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a high-pitched screeching sound. 𝐒𝐬 questioned the noise, and a shadow appeared before them. Itsuki noticed the shadow and Izuku recognized it as one of the queen's shadows. The shadow addressed them, stating that the queen had summoned them to the castle along with the other heroes and their party members. 𝐒𝐬 speculated that the meeting was related to the recent events, and everyone agreed to go. Later at the castle, Morelia thanked them for attending. She explained that the urgent meeting was to discuss an important matter. Rin speculated that it was about the bat monsters, and Motoyasu expressed his unease about them. Itsuki confirmed they had encountered the creatures as well, and Izuku asked if Ren and Motoyasu were unaware of their nature. They shrugged, admitting they had never seen them before and that they didn't appear to be dimensional monsters from a wave. Izuku mentioned that the wave countdown had stopped, prompting Morelia to consider the implications. Itsuki asked what she meant by it, and Morelia revealed that the legendary monster known as the Spirit Tortoise must have revived in the Spirit Tortoise Kingdom, jeopardizing their progress. Izuku was taken aback by the mention of the Spirit Tortoise. Morelia explained that this creature was said to bring catastrophic disasters to the world every few centuries, and the monsters they encountered were likely a result of its revival. Motoyasu dismissed the situation, insisting they had been summoned to fight the waves, not deal with the Spirit Tortoise. He and Rin left, but Izuku and Itsuki remained. Itsuki expressed frustration at their lack of understanding. Izuku proposed that the Spirit Tortoise might be the reason for the countdown stopping, and Itsuki agreed, realizing the connections between the bat monsters, the countdown, the blue number, and the screeching. Morelia asked if they could handle this task for her, and both Izuku and Itsuki readily agreed to help. Morelia informed them that the Spirit Tortoise Kingdom was vast, but the tortoise had already destroyed several territories and important checkpoints as it approached the capital. Countless lives had already been lost, and even though the Spirit Tortoise Kingdom was far to the east, it would not be long before it reached Melramark. If that happens, it will likely have to trample through your own lands before it arrives. Itsuki felt a chill run down his spine. Izuku knew they couldn't allow that to happen. Morelia inquired about 𝐒𝐬𝐧𝐼𝐻 well-being, and Izuku informed her that 𝐒𝐬𝐧 was thriving as the supervisor of 𝐼𝐻𝐬 village. It had been her idea to create a bridge between humans and demi-humans, and she had encouraged them to leave the village in her capable hands to come see Morelia. Morelia acknowledged that the journey they had taken together had fostered 𝐒𝐬𝐧's growth beyond her expectations. Itsuki expressed their commitment to fighting the Spirit Tortoise for the sake of 𝐒𝐬𝐧's dreams and the people of their lands. Izuku reassured Morelia that they could be counted on. She felt a wave of relief wash over her and expressed her gratitude, stating that she was in their debt. Izuku insisted that they were simply happy to help and noted that it was now safe to focus on the tortoise since the countdown had stopped. Morelia found this concerning, as the countdown should never cease. Itsuki speculated that there must be a reason for it, suggesting that the Spirit Tortoise might not be the cause. Izuku wondered if they were expected to confront it alone, but Itsuki reassured him that he wasn't worried, considering Izuku's strength surpassed that of all the other heroes combined. Izuku humbly disagreed, feeling he was being given too much credit. Later, at 𝐼𝐻𝐬𝐻, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 noted that news traveled fast, and he confirmed that Melromark was sending its knights to join forces with other nations to fight alongside them. Izuku mentioned that Ren and Motoyasu had been sent ahead of the main army for reconnaissance. 𝐼𝐬𝐜𝐬 chuckled, remarking on how their queen knew how to mobilize for a fight. Raphtalia turned to 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬, showing her a sword. Izuku acknowledged that while it was a good idea, 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬 preferred using magic over swords. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬 expressed her feelings of inadequacy, believing she was a failure. Izuku urged her to stop thinking that way, as it saddened him. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬 apologized, and Izuku wished there were an easier way to boost her confidence. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬 commented on the sudden shift in mood, and Clover reminded everyone that it wasn't the time for such thoughts. 𝐼𝐚 then proposed an idea, leading both parties to Belukka's place. Izuku questioned their purpose there, and 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬 expressed her uncertainty. 𝐼𝐚 reassured them that everything would be fine. Upon meeting Belukka's, Izuku asked about 𝐼𝐚's plan, which turned out to be controversial. 𝐼𝐚 suggested that Izuku make 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬 his SLV, explaining that it would grant her incredible strength through the SLV crest. Izuku was taken aback, emphasizing his discomfort with the idea of slavery. He clarified that any decision should be 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬's, and if she chose to accept, he would support her. Belukka's then inquired how he could assist them. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬𝐜, feeling determined, begged Izuku to make her his SLV, insisting she was sure of her decision. Izuku, though surprised, smiled and agreed to support her choice. He then paid Belukka's to place a crest on 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬𝐜, preparing to draw BLD for the process. As 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬𝐜 nervously revealed part of her chest for the crest, Izuku respectfully looked away, ensuring her comfort. After a moment of pain, Belukka's confirmed that 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬𝐜 was now bound to Izuku as his SLV. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬𝐜 covered herself again, and 𝐼𝐚 told them they could look. Izuku checked on 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬𝐜, who assured him she was fine. They then discussed their plan to return and prepare for their journey to the Spirit Tortoise Kingdom the following morning. The next day, they set off, enjoying their time together. 𝐼𝐚𝐬𝐜𝐬𝐜's happiness grew, and Izuku found himself captivated by her adorable smile and laughter, especially when she fell into the river or enjoyed Izuku's cooking. He couldn't quite understand why his heart raced at these moments, but he knew he wanted to see her smile more often. However, on the third day of their journey, they encountered refugees from the Spirit Tortoise Kingdom, realizing the situation was dire.